God damn. This call is still so slow. I don't know. It feels like it's giving me a timeout or some things every time I'm trying to post a message in a Discord server. It makes absolutely no sense. Anyways, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. It is Monday officially, I think. I don't have a notion of time anymore. That that has not happened whatsoever. But we have some news, we have some informations, we have some things for Dapshi specifically, we have some things for Jerome, and I have some questions for Sony, which Sony is probably still sleeping at that time. We'll see if things happen. The temperatures are going down, but it's still too hot around here because my roof is metal, and therefore I am cooking under in my flat. It's supposed to be raining all week starting tomorrow, so we'll see what can happen on this one. But yeah. That is most of it. That's most of it. We have like some things to take a look at on the like check from last week that we didn't really go over last time, which is pretty useful. We have some news on the Mom UI kits, which seems to be positive-ish. Uh, I'll explain the ish in a second, but for now, it seems to be positive-ish. Cybersect, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? How's everything? This is running, but not great, but running, which is good, which is something. Hugo, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? What do you mean ads? Yeah, we have ads at the beginning. That's the way that I have found, kinda, so that people that don't have a sub kind of get like uh in the stream after without having ads. Mainly if I start with ads right away, then there is no ads for
Hugo K. Bernardo just resubscribed for 37 months.
then there is no ads for like the first 30 minutes, I think, and then that's a bit of a better things for most people. But yeah, thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. That's also one of the reason. If you forgot your subs, then now you know. Now you know. But also, yeah, I'm really uh not pushing for subs. I should, but you should just get turbo instead of getting a sub. Uh, like, you know, just, 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 just don't sub to the channel and sub to turbo. It's just $12 a month. It's pretty good. It's going pretty good. It's too hot for me for my white ass that very much prefers the minus temperatures. Like technically, I love from 14 degrees to 22, and 22 I'm starting to die. But everything in between is great temps for me. I love everything that is like very, very, very cold. Cross keys, well, come on in. Um, like -10, -20 is is good. It's perfect because it makes sense. And one of the reason why that's the case. Also, Grosky's, congrats on the 10 visits. I don't think it's been, I think it's been more than that, but this thing is weird. No, the rain is coming tomorrow. The reason why I love cold temperatures is because I love fashion in a way. I know it doesn't look like it because I'm too hot, but I love to be able to layer up instead of layer down because you can't layer down too much. If I get rid of this, I'm getting TOS and you don't see me anymore. So yeah, whereas in winter, you can just, you can add stuff on top and it's still fine. You can have like a cardigan, you can have a jacket, you can have an overlay, you can have something. It's still nice. But yeah, you can't remove skin. There is a portion of removal that is not feasible. So that's the main reason why I love the cold more. Also, Sebastian, congrats on the work on the case studies. If you want me to take a look at them, feel free to share links if you're not too scared. um, but yeah, no, it was 35-ish, feel like 37 on Friday and Saturday. And then today it's like 20 degrees and it's going to be 14, 16 max in 2 days, 3 days after the rain. So yeah, that's the thing. We have exactly that. Like 3 days of rain. Ah. Which I'm absolutely okay with. Apparently Tuesday, which is tomorrow, is gonna be big rain and then light rain in the next 4 days. So we'll see. But still, because it's like sunny outside, these temperatures don't count as like the 22 of right now feels to me as if it was 28. So I am dying. I am dying, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So we have some news with this. I'm not happy with it just yet. Not just yet. But we have a lot more things that have happened, including the the package is almost ready. In the sense that you will soon kind of be able to npm install mom and get the UI kit if you have the license keys. That's a good thing. Um, but it's soon. It's not done yet. We'll see when I can make that happen. Dapshi, hi, welcome in. I have something for you that I wanted to uh, showcase last Friday, but you were not here. It's weird. Take a look at that. Um, so that's pretty good. We now have like a better landing page that contains the UI kit components in code that you can interact with, play with the content and so on. So that's a thing that I mentioned that I wanted to do with the dark mode, light mode switch that is like not supposed to happen but still happens. So that's in there, it's working. And then we have other thing that is still very much UI kit based. So people are seeing the thing for Figma. So there is still a ton of work to be done in there. And then in here, we have the security section, which means that anything that is in here right now is currently using the the SVGs. But if you go into Duo, these things are the PNGs. So obviously you can't really export them, you can't extract them. Um, in any way, shape, or form, but you can still just click on it, copy the name of the icon, and then do a search if necessary. So that if you are a dev and you want to, find something specific, you can still do a copy paste of the name and have the correct name then in your code base if you already have both the things. So that's probably going to be useful. But all of these being like images and not SVGs means that the size makes no sense, the stroke makes no sense, and the only thing that we can do is like recolor the things. So that's I need to work on that before I can release it. And then in the docs, we have some issues in the rendering for the element that is here. That banner sometimes, I don't really know how and why, is popping back at the top. So we'll see if I can fix that in the before I can release it. Nonetheless, the whole debacle that we had on Friday is half fixed, kinda. The npm package thingy is potentially working. The Cloudflare worker is potentially working, and the subdomain registry registration is also working apparently. So we need to check with a real valid license key. However, I spent the afternoon yesterday in figuring out how to get the license key to work, and it seems that only the last 10, 15 people that bought the UI kit get access to the license key, and the one that were before that did not. So I'm gonna need to see if I provide you with a one-time 100% off uh, discount type of code that is just like able to just give you a license key. So you just buy it again for free, which might be the easiest thing. Or I'm doing something a bit different and I don't know, but that's me reading the documentation and the documentation doesn't say anything. So that's the thing. Grizz, welcome on in. Congrats on getting that blue Twitter account reposting your work. That was neat. I forgot their name. I think it's Best Design on X or something like this. It was like 2 to 3 days ago now, so it's been, I think it was on Friday. Um, I know I liked it. You kind of have, yeah. It's interesting that you don't have. I mean, the fact that you don't know right now is kind of crazy to me. But I mean, if you don't know, you don't know. It happens. Um, I they just have like a blue profile picture. That's the only thing that I know. I know that's very professional of me. I get it. Um, it is the main reason why I know is because I saw this. Yeah, Bez is on X. That's yeah, that's you. I think. So congrats for that. Doesn't happen often, but it does happen. Um, and the only reason why I know, um, and yeah, the only reason why I know is because I saw the bear. So congrats on this as well. This is very impressive of you. Obviously, you're not the only one with a bear on any platform that I know, but the fact that you pop in first, congrats on the branding. That's one of these things that basically tell you if the branding is a good branding or not. If people think about it right away, obviously I'm not like with the Quiver AI and others that I know that have a bears like on a daily basis. But the fact that yours pop in first is a good job. That is a good job. As always. As always. What did you do on this one? Also, I noticed something. I don't know if this is something that you got inspired by, but your drag and tick to where the thing is also the case here on mobile. I don't know if you know, but the player on mobile devices also has the teeny tiny line of where the thing used to be if you start scrolling around on Twitter. So that's it might be a reference, it might be something else. I don't know, but it is in there. So that's the yeah. So either they stole it from you. No, I don't think so. Uh, but yeah, it's a nice detail. That's a nice thing as well to have like the time left be an option. I feel like that's nice. That is indeed pretty good. The thing is, again, this is something that I will. It's not to break your dreams or to make you think worse of yourself, but 3,000 downloads doesn't mean 3,000 usage. And I don't know if you have something inside of the package to check usage, because that would be a better metric. But nonetheless, the amount of download is uh, always pretty good to have. So like same thing for Can, I have like 3,000, I think 3,300 as well, like same amount. I know that in reality, the numbers of people that are using the app for real on a weekly or daily basis is probably more on the 1,000 than on the 3,000. But at least in terms of metrics, we have 3,000 downloads in total, which is always pretty good. But yeah, it's a great thing to have, and you should use the bigger number as always, even if it's like in total over 10 years, you've had X amount of downloads. And right now the product has only like 10 people that are active. It doesn't really matter. Uh, that is the way. But yeah, no, congrats on that as well. As well. Um, but yeah, other than that, this needs teeny tiny amount of switches and changes here and there so that we make sure that the buttons that are there are the correct one, because the landing page is good, but not the rest. And then the alignment is shit. That should be aligned with the header, not aligned within. So that's a weird thing. I need to fix that to make sure that everything is working. And then I need to work on the copy. So everything that is text-based, which I hate, needs to be reworked, because that's bad. All that bad so far. Uh, but it's, again, I'm pissed off. I like the light mode better. Um, like it looks better. It is better. So we'll see. Maybe we'll change things, but it is better. It's a bit cleaner. We still have the the dot patterns, which is very not visible, and the grain in the background. So that's cool. But yeah, again, the reason why I'm saying that the copy is really bad is a complete UI kit. UI kit should be here. And then now in Figma and code is really good on one line, but like then the now in is gonna be standing here. So like there is an alignment that needs to be uh in two lines without being like that much. So that's it's gonna be bad. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. We're gonna see when we can fix that. Um, I was about to say, I think I've seen that. Yes, I have. Uh, I I have an account, and I have a community, if I remember correctly, and I gave them some of their first design feedbacks. Um, God damn it. Yeah. Basically, when that popped in about 2 weeks ago, I think, Feels, what problem? They had a bit of an issue right about here, where the padding on the far right section did not exist, and so the main page was like sticked to that side, which was really bad. So I sent them a bit of a feedback on this thing. They have a pretty good design overall, but it's not necessarily like the most intuitive interface things. There are still things that are competing with each other here and there that I don't really like. So we'll see. But yeah. Forgo, hi, welcome back. You have an exam at the end of the month, but you don't know where to start with reading. What is the exam about? Um, what's the what's the exam about? And yeah, I know, Chris. I know. I just moved in. I just moved in. It's a Chinese exam. Chinese exam with math and physics. This is I'm a designer. You're not in the right place. I can't. uh, I'm a not be able to help. uh, I mean, I guess the best course of action is, as always, to just follow through the materials that you have. If it's at the end of the month and it's like June 30th, or somewhere around there, then you have 1 month to basically look at the material, understand the material, and so on. You probably have classes at the same time. And if that's the case, then you can end up with something that is a bit more stable in your head, in terms of the content of the course and the class and the things. But other than that, that's it's a bit of a more complex things to have, and I agree with that. Uh, I have never, I have never been good at exams just because it's a waste of my time, and I've always seen it as a waste of my time. There hasn't been any single thing, any single exam or test or whatever that I haven't like crashed or aced, but nothing in the middle. Because it's like, well, uh, either I know or I don't. There is no middle ground. And when I don't know, I'm like, well, fuck it, I don't care. So that's that is the situation. That technically didn't work. Mm. Um, if you can't find any past papers on this thing, the internet can help. There's probably other things that are similar and or in the same domains that you can use as a reference. Um, but you'll figure it out. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Um, and Grizz, yes, going back to this is good. Uh, no, I haven't touched it yet. This is good. It reminds me of what Meng used to do for, uh, I don't know if I can find that. I don't think, maybe design code may have something. There is a course. He's been doing a bit of a course thingy for his video recording platform, and if I remember correctly, it might be this one. Try to see if it's, if it's in there. I don't think he did. Might be. Might have been. But that's a weird thing. That's not the thing in question. He's done a while ago, he's done an app that is a screen recorder, like one more screen recorders. And the website is very similar to the 4-hour website, which is why I have it in my head. But obviously, because I'm trying to find something, it's not gonna be in there. So uh yeah. Apparently, yeah, they still exist. But it's just like how to use AI to build things now. So yeah, Stony, hi, welcome on in. Um, happy anniversary, indeed. Um, And for yes, you use the right terms. That's the right thing. Um, the core features sections, they have a very nice effect when you hover around the switches. In the core features, you mean what we here? Oh, that thing? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not really. But yes, it's a nice uh, glow effect. It's a nice glow effect. Yes. I don't know. It feels kind of shitty when you don't reach the end and it moves to the next one, specifically on the last one. Like this one is very easily things like switching very much early. Like right now, it's gonna switch. Yeah, but I get it. It's a nice effect. I'm not. It's just like I don't know. I feel like everyone did this at some point. um, that's the no. Stony is a bird. That's the thing. That is the thing. Stony is a bird. Uh, but yeah, it's the Edge Glow thingy, and that is a package now that you can have on GitHub and implement into your project and have like the whole thing. So I'm like, is it really good? I don't think so. But yeah, it's a nice highlight effect. I agree with that. I agree with that. Actually, for you, it's grain. So grain popped in my radar last week, somewhere along the line of Thursday. Um, and it is the only reason is because it's a gym app, and there is another one that popped in earlier this morning, and then I didn't save it because it didn't really matter. But they have something that is very interesting in the sense that they have similar features than what you currently have in ChatGPT in the understanding of the workouts and the evolution and the tracking of progress. So there are things in there that are very much vibe coded 6,000%. Like you don't have a choice. It is no one would create things so tiny and so on, but it looks pretty clean for most of the activities, most of the things. There are like a ton of issues for me in here. Like for example, you have that workout, and then this one. It's just like it's because of the two-line cycle, but it's a bit of a weird thing. Alignments, so on. All that makes sense. Nonetheless, um, they have a ton of things that are really bad, but they have a ton of things that might be really interesting for you as well to take into inspiration, implementation, potentials for like some of the charts, some of the representation that they have. Um, if it's possible for you, as always, I don't know if this is an iOS only app, but it might be. And if that's the case, then that might also be one of the reasons why the charts look so clean and so good, because this is chart kits from iOS, from Apple directly, that is providing some of these charts without you having to do anything. It's just like, here's the data, put it in chart, we're good. So, that's the type of thing that you might not be able to do because you are in the cross-platform things, but nonetheless, as a reference, as an inspiration here and there are like a lot of things in there that are pretty good. There are some things that just makes absolutely no sense in the fact that they are calling the dashed line a linear curve, which is, again, a curve is not necessarily feasible to be linear in any way, shape, or form. Uh, but the concept remains understandable. So if you are interested in this one, maybe take a look at it. It might be interesting for you. But that's what I have saved on Friday for you. And then I don't know, you didn't show up on Friday, or I didn't see you in chat on Friday, and therefore you don't have it. However, I've seen that you updated the test flight. I received the emails with the new version of the test flight, so that's cool. Haven't checked it out just yet, so if you want me to take a look at the new things, if there are new things, if not, we can move on. But yes, that was a thing. But yeah, 4 is an interesting landing page. I think it's very clean. I think this behavior right here, also that's absolutely broken. But I think this behavior uh, with the parallax mounting and footers and other platforms is something that's going to be more and more popular in the next few months. It is coming back from some of the earliest design thing that I used to do. But a lot of people now that they have the ability to create like multiple layers of mountains and things through AI generation, they don't mind basically chopping up some of the layers and creating that neat transition. So that's a thing we've seen in the past as well. Anyways, it's clean. Um, it is clean. The onboarding is refactored, the AI is much better now, and the workout mid-session swap exercises, add exercises, and so on. So many new stuff that you don't even remember. I see that. That is good news. That is good news. Um, we can take a look at it a tad later, for sure. Um, I also wanted you to take a look at Bevel, mainly because of the app, but also because of everything else. It's a health coach that used to be paid and now is free and have a subscription inside of it. So it's a bit of a weird dilemma in there. But also this is kind of, yeah, I need to start scrolling to have like the effect. Um, this whole thing is pretty clean. They have a ton of representation. That is the reason why Bevel is really good and Bevel is liked. Um, it's just like they have a very good designer internally, and they have a lot of very, very cool concepts in there that are, really nice. Like that transition for the features of the app. This is really something that Denny would probably use, I feel like. But nonetheless, some of these designs, some of these teeny tiny details are the reason why the app is good or the app is liked. So, like that's that thing at the top, like that gradient is such a nice detail. Um, Nonetheless, all that to say, it's a great app. It's a great sports related app, and they have like a very not unique but memorable UI. So, if you want to take a look at that. The other thing, or one of the other reasons why it's kind of popular-ish, is that they have been roughly, I'm not sure because I haven't followed through, but in a bit of a lawsuit with the Whoop band because apparently they built something and then Whoop came in and said, "Oh, that was us in the first place," and they said, "Nah," and they kind of won. So I like that for them. Uh, but yeah, it's an interesting app, very well designed system and great presentation for most of the things. So as a reference, just providing things that are useful. So we do like it. We do like it for the design. And then they had like most of the static things that look good. They look good. Anyways, we have that for Denny, so that's for later. There has been another thing if you are like myself and you have a bit of a Logitech thing that has some issues. um, this person has created an OpenLogi app that is obviously under construction and shit, but it is a way to manage your Logitech mouse without relying on the option plus, which is always broken. Which again, as I mentioned last I feel like it was last month. Um, there was one certificate issue where the certificate was not renewed in time. So basically, when the app launched, it was the wrong date, so the certificate couldn't be validated, and therefore that didn't work. Makes no sense. And then there was another time where uh, the server were not reachable, and therefore my mouse was not an option. Like I couldn't use the features of the mouse as they were supposed to be used based on the settings that I had put in place, just because they didn't have a connection to the internet. Which again, it's a mouse; it shouldn't have a connection to the internet. So OpenLogic is going to be a replacement for that. Right now, because it's still on active development, I'm not using it. But as soon as this is a bit of a more stable version, I'm 100% switching to this so I don't have to rely on Option Plus because it's just like it's not reliable whatsoever. So yeah. And for the people that are scared because this is a Chinese dev, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. So this is pretty cool. We've had other things that have been happening, including this magnificent cat, which uh, has then been used for where the cat is on a map. And I think this is one of the greatest use case of a cat head for no reason. I feel like this is great. Anyways, um, we also have a lot of things that are coming back to realism and skeuomorphism in their presentation, and we've been talking about it for a few months now. But this thing is a very strong presentation for the book component thingy that that person has created. There is some issues for me with the corners of the page in the center, but the rendering of that moleskin thing is really cool for someone that is doing some illustration here and there. Like this is really nice, specifically if you just scan your pages and then put them side by side. It's a nice detail. So I like this, but that goes into the same realm as this thing, which is not how a joystick is working. This one is. This one isn't, right? It is not. But same thing, same idea. A lot of people are trying to bring back a lot of these regular physical things into their design. And that prompted something in me, which I didn't really mention because it happened yesterday or 2 days ago. Basically, a ton of people have been interacting with one of my posts because, you know, it happens. I posted this thing, and that's one of the stuff that I have talked about here in the past. You have seen me talk about it, but the reason for this is the latest version of Threads has added uh, a player, so you can put music on Threads, and then it plays, and it plays as a vinyl, and it looks like this. And this thing had 10,000 views. It has like 16,000 views on Threads, which is crazy, to be honest. But because people were complaining about the design not being good, I went ahead and did some changes, added some teeny tiny details. I forgot to put the fucking hole in the center of the disc, so people are still complaining about the design. But the most important thing is that teeny tiny uh, wave that just it moves but not too much, and then there is the lines and so on. It makes just more sense. If I had built this thing a bit bigger, it would have been a bit better, but yeah, nonetheless. People in the reply have been just complaining about such details, and that was kind of fun. It's much better on Threads than it is on Twitter, but it's fine. It's fine. Anyways, so things like this are coming back and getting a lot more interesting. That person has created something that is pretty cool, which is not really a reality, but it could be a reality. And basically, what they're saying is that if you are listening to a specific album on repeat, then the album cover should weather with time and get some patina and get some usage out of them. And that could be a very interesting thing from the Apple Music type of uh, preview or so on. Like if you have something that is like from 2005 and you've listened to it a ton, then maybe you can have some tracks and so on. The thing is, most of these are disc and not vinyl. So this is more for vinyl case or sleeve rather than a jacket, but that's it's just clean. It's the same idea that we had uh when we started doing the leather-based buttons. I don't know if you remember that. It's been like a year and a half, I think. So it's been a while. But basically, people were saying we could have leather buttons that get a patina the amount of time that you click on them, the same amount of time or the same period where there was this button that was very much a mirror. It was using your camera, and if you clicked on it, you had smudges and fingerprints that were going over the thing, and you can clean it up if you wanted to. Same concept, same idea, having something that is a bit more physical inside of your UI. So that's the, to me, it feels like this is the direction in which a lot of things are currently going toward, and we're gonna see if that's a thing that happens. But that's most of it. We now I'm curious, and I kind of want to do that by mistake because this goes hard. I want this on my portfolio. I uh I want to scan like this. That's so nice. Uh, but as they say, they forgot to take off the glasses in the CT scan, and that came out. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's a good thing. Uh, it looks great. A bit of an underbite, so that's not necessarily what we wanna have. I wish Bad Cop was here because that's for them. These fishes are very much the type of fish that we would have on Bad Cop stream. So, you know, I mean, if you've been here or there, you would know. If you haven't, then you don't care. It doesn't matter. But nonetheless, this design could be pretty cool to have like on a as a stream widgets. And a lot of people are doing some stream widgets as well, which is really nice. And we'll see. But other than that, I think everything is in there is pretty good. I haven't had access to the latest version of Figma in the beta version, which is kind of sad. And this was for Grizz a week and a half ago. But this is, we kind of didn't talk about it, but we kind of did talk about it in a way, as a presentation for your project slash components artifact presentation thing. I think this is pretty clean. I don't know if this is like the best option, but it's one of the thing that kind of puts the emphasis on the right elements with it. So I do like it. Nishit, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How was your weekend? How's everything? How's the job finding? I remember that you said that you was changing job, but then now I'm like, did you find a new job? But you may have. What happened? What happened in the weekend for it to be held? But yeah, Chris, that's mostly for you. You had to work on the client project, I see. I see. Oh yeah, that's the Jace original. Hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. Playing firefighter with wildfire, that is bad. Is it like where you live, you have wildfires happening? Or are you just like saying that in the sense that the client is wildfire? I see. I see. I see. That's sad. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Job finding is stopped. I see. Well, it happens. Things like this happen. This is an interesting rendering thing. The page transition makes sense. I didn't check that website before, so I'm just, you know, looking at things. I'm kind of sad that I can't zoom in. I can't click in and see the details. There's no time for preparation for new job. Yeah, I could agree with that. There is one thing that popped in my feed a day ago, which is mostly for Japan. Not gonna, I'm not gonna lie. Like this is mostly Japan related content for me, so that makes a lot more sense. But the sad thing is that in here, when I go into the design section, because they exist, or product management and so on, which we had design about a second ago, and now I can't see it right there in front of my face. Um, they don't have like, or they have things that don't exist anymore. So if I change the Japanese requirements to not required, we will have one of the Google jobs right here, which is potentially a good option for me specifically because it has the no Japanese required, and also because it's Google, they will have some sort of a, visa relocation thing as a package, which is really appreciated. But then when you say apply now, it sends you to the Google job board, and it's just like it's not there. So that's a bit of a sad thing, and we'll see. We'll see. But what is good in there is that they have somehow a salary range for things, and there is like a bit of a vast range for the type of work that I'm doing. So this one is at 5 mil is very low for, you know, a lot of things, but there is a ton of others like this one at 19 is crazy, but I understand. It's MetLife. MetLife has a ton of money. But for Japan, 19 is a very crazy number. So that would mean getting in there would be pretty interesting, but also it's the director with 20 years of experience. I don't know if it's 20 years of experience within the company or if it's 20 years of experience in total. If that's the case, then I fit. That would be good. Well, um, things to check. But nonetheless, that's also very sad for me because everything that I'm seeing is that 3 mil, 8 mil, 7, 6, 5, 10, and I'm looking for 12 as a hopeful bet. 12 is good, 10 is fine, 8 is short but feasible based on, prices and rent and my luxurious life. But yeah, that's an interesting thing nonetheless. And again, I'm almost certain that for you in your location, there is probably someone else that has created a job board that looks the same, that has been AI generated. Oh, wait. I don't know why they figure it out right here, but this thing, when it's like just a select, they can't figure it out. AI can't figure it out. So we're gonna see. Nonetheless, this popped in, which was pretty useful, and it has a lot of information in there that is pretty good. It gives me a bit of an idea of who is hiring, which is more important. And then I can just go into the landing page of that person specifically and then get the information. But yeah, again, no time to do anything, no time to prepare, no time to have anything like that is good enough. I think I mean, to be honest, I don't think I know that right now the only way to get a job in a company most of the time is to know someone that is working in that company or someone that knows someone that works in that company. So one bounce to two bounce max is the only option for you to get like a position somewhere. So that's really sad. I wish that wasn't the case, but that is the case. So we can't do anything about it. Anyways, um, there has been like a ton of other things that have popped in that are just different and interesting. Stony, I have a question for you now that my brain works, which it doesn't. Am I using your tokens properly, or did it not make a dent whatsoever? You said we need a we need to burn tokens by the end of the week. So, um, I'm asking, is it using your usage? The week ends ended the week ended in 16 hours, or the week is ending in 16 hours? It was Saturday, 7 a.m. I see. Sad. Sad. Did it burn through tokens? At least a little bit, or at least use tokens. I don't know. Also, that one was pretty cool. Gabrielle has been posting a ton of things that are extremely impressive, and for anyone that is currently working on their portfolio, um, yeah, I see. I appreciate it. As mentioned, I we are like roughly almost done, not necessarily done, but almost done. Most of the things is fine. It still need like landing page design, so that's something that I can burn on my own. Not using U tokens, what I mean. And yeah, I see. So maybe chill a bit. I guess. I guess maybe slow there. Um, that one is one of these interesting website with a lot of craft in it. The one of the reasons why I kind of want to talk about this one specifically as a um, as a portfolio slash case study presentation for it's an agency's it's their portfolio, but kind of a bit of a different thing. They don't have much in there that is case related, and it's mostly visuals. So they have presentation of screens, and that's about it. Like you can see some of their creations. There is some animations here and there, but most of the content is going to be visual based and not case study based. Meaning that this, with the level of craft that goes with it, is kind of what I talked about on Friday of if you reach that level, the rest of the logic, the rest of the system for that user, for that designer, needs to be on point, and therefore I would trust them even though I don't see a case study related to their outputs here and there. And that is something that can only happen if you end up with a lot of experience, but also things that are like presented in a way that just like makes sense. So that's an interesting system. They have some past client thing. They have some skills presentation around there that is pretty nice. And then apparently they have won the design flow thing that we talked about last month, I guess, last month. Um, so yeah, also they are getting paid almost 8K a month for what they want. And if you wanted something in 7 days for 4 custom screens, that's going to cost you almost 2K for just 4 screens, and then you can hire them for 8K on top of that. It's crazy. But they have a good presentation. The portfolio is really cool. The Everything is really nice. They have a ton of very small details here and there that just helps with telling us that they are good at design, and that's a very good thing. That is a very good thing. So taking that as a reference for some people for their portfolio, I think this is good. Also going back to the discussion with Stony, you said the tokens thing, you said you needed to burn through things, and I told you I could. You said I'm not sure. I can. I can burn through things. The even more interesting section on that is that I used a lot of thinking on my own account. Um, and like most of my own subscription is just getting through 4 messages with like 4.8, and then it's like, oh, you're Richard limit, and I'm like, that's not the case. So that's wild. But I had the discussion that we had on Friday to ensure that I understood exactly what needed to happen. So thank you for that. And also the then understanding with the thinking with Claude directly of what would be the best option in the registry versus the NPM registry versus the self-hosted combined with lemon squeezy license thing. So that was really useful, at least for me, to get the entirety of the things really much understood. And we like it. We like it. Now I think it's good enough. It's good enough to, make it work. Anywho, anywho, um, no, not yet. Not yet, not yet, because I need to figure out exactly if it's a necessary thing, because it's not impossible that I have a button somewhere in the interface where I can just generate a license. In some of the docs that Claude has referenced, which mean that there might be a destination in there, it seems to be an option, but then when I looked into the FAQ and so on, I cannot find generate license in the Lemon Squeezy docs. So that's a bit of a weird thing, but I forgot if it's docs dot lemon squeezy. Yeah, it's in there. So like the license key is generated by lemon squeezy, but the thing is the generation of it is not or from here, it doesn't tell me that it can regenerate a new license for existing users. So it's it's a weird thing, and and uh, the the good system, at least for me, is that you can 100% just in the email that I will send to everyone once everything is done, I can just have a one-time 100% off discount for the product, so that it's just like you go through, you use your 100% discount so that you just get the license, and then you're done. So that's also a very very easy option. But I will probably have, as you said, to contact the support and say, well, then we have like, I don't know, 30 to 40 users that may need. Um, yeah, it's not the right way, but I don't, based on the docs, regenerate license keys is not an option. It needs, basically, it needs to have the generate license keys to be toggled in order to generate the thing on demand. But apparently, past orders are not necessarily taken into consideration. So, yeah, um, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. You know Rava, Grizz? You're aware of Rava? They've been doing a very good job, specifically on what they are uh, presenting in all of their medias on Twitter. Is just like very, very good. There is a tad bit of inaccessible of inaccessible uh, designs here and there, but they are doing some of these things that I'm like, I was doing that in the beginning, and then I got broken on. Um, like in the job, basically. I was trying to achieve something, and I did the details and the teeny tiny things. Like right here, there is a detail that from the stream you 100% cannot see. Like I can tell, but they have added these teeny tiny particles that are flying out of the selected tab. This is the type of shit that I would have done in 2015, probably. And then the work that I've done around 2014, 2015 has been like stepped on in a way that is just like bad, that I'm like, all right, cool. This is the whimsy that would have been good in an app, but I don't care anymore. So they are doing a ton of things that are really good. And I like that. I like that. I like what they are creating most of the times. Um, I just have a bit of an issue with the that logo specifically, because it looks very close to the thing that is on my side, which I think is called, what's the name of this thing? Uh, I don't have the name. Oh my god! It's a an outdoors uh, fashion. No, I forgot their name. It doesn't matter. But yeah, you made them stop the rotation on posting. What do you mean rotation on posting? Posting the same thing, or they have a rotation effect somewhere that you made them stop using? What you talking about? Mm, like that? It's really impressive that this thing was already in place, and that was a different system. Uh, but I mean that makes sense. It's just an in situation where you just want to make sure that people can project themselves. The thing is, you will never see the shoulder. You would only see the ends. So it's a bit of a weird placement of the camera. It's a bit far away. Um, and a lot of people just like to see the mock-ups. They just it just helps them. So I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, they are doing a pretty good job. Um, they are doing a pretty good job. I need to check. I can't find the thing. I found the thing. That logo is very similar to me. Um, they have that. I don't even know if you can see that logo at some point. Yeah, this thing right there on the heel is very similar to the thing that they have. It just has like the directional point on top. But I don't know. I don't know. Just seen that so many times. Uh, anyways, anyways, there is like a lot of things that are popping off in terms of presentation. Like this one is an interesting concept for the case studies, and then the card at the bottom is interesting as well for, presenting some work. It like work that is not the current work, but it's not, it's still missing something to me. Like something's kind of something's not right. Something's good, but something's not right. um Source, is it did you meant to type secrets, or is it src sets as in source set, in which case I have no clue what it is, Roskies? I'm guessing it is source set. I'm Yeah, source sets, yeah. I don't know what that is. uh, I already have Distill, which means that I probably have an account for the rest. I mean, use. I have an account there. That's why I have. But yeah. Um. Yeah, that's right. I don't know exactly what the source means in the source tag in images. I'm guessing it's a set of sources for your database content. It is. Yes, that is true. So it's the route slash path to the files, and the source set that you're saying can build databases and write smooth and flexible responsive layout, but there is something about source sets that my brain just cannot compute. You're going to take drinking for it. Um, can also set source set, which is different, which is basically if the window is this wide, load this image. If it's this wide, load that image. I see. So it's a responsive source base that basically has. Is it the same system as this, where this is a wild thing? Why? Maybe it is. As in here, I'm currently in dark mode, so my presentation icons and images are in the dark mode version. But as soon as I switch to light mode, it's going to pick the light mode version of these images and the light mode version of these app icon thing. Is it similar in a way? Not in the sense that this is based on page width, but it's based on theme. Um, and it kind of works, but is it just screen size aware as a thing? Um, because it happens on page load, it's going to take the source sets and check page load size, define source definition based on size, right? That's an interesting thing. I mean, I think it would work. Um, Kane, hi, what morning? How are you? How was the weekend? Your browser's loading the CSS at the same time it's loading the images, which is too late. It has to happen in the HTML before the browser tries to load anything. So it's basically in the HTML tag in the head, it needs to load the source set before it loads the style.css file, kind of thing. I guess. Is it called responsive images? That's an interesting thing. That's an interesting thing. Mm. Yeah, that's the that's the thing that I had in my head. Um, yeah. What is breaking your brain about it, cross keys? Because that's based on what I'm reading right now, which is limited and I'm cross reading, obviously. Um, it seems straightforward to me, but I might be wrong. And maybe your issue is mostly defining the sizes and what images to use in what sizes, which is a bit different. You have 5 versions of the image in different scale and set it to change with CSS. It will work, but it will have to load all 5 images and then pick one. Yes. Okay. I get it. um, I mean, from what I understand, there needs to be some sort of a check for window width, which is like HTML based. And that I don't know why that's the case, But today, a lot of people have had browser crashed when they joined the stream, so maybe that's my fault. Sorry. I said hi. How was your weekend? Welcome on in. That's what I said. Um, so it means that it needs to check for window width, which define parent sizes and so on. And then based on that, launch set with preset or properties of size to then pick the right image and not load the other four based on your example, 5 images. Um, so it's it's interesting. Um, it only works for one image is not lovely. Uh, but that syntax makes sense in my head for me. Like that's the thing. Um, I see. I see. Um, on direction, which is I don't want to load a small version of the same image. I want to load a different image. Um, and you suddenly start having to use the picture tag. I didn't know that picture was a thing. NVIDIA rules, which is half CSS and half HTML. That's an interesting thing. Yeah. I don't know what picture tag is. I was about to say, God damn, he's young, and then I saw that. God damn. Uh, it's it's wild to see Kevin so young, different face. God damn. I'm gonna look at that with sound next time. But yeah, was a complex weekend emotionally speaking. It happens. Put my hands back up in my portfolio because I know what's coming. Cool. I see. I see. It's the same thing as last week, 2 weeks ago, where you said that you dodged the firing, but the rest of the team didn't, and now you know that it's going to happen as well. Mm, I see. I see. Um, yeah, Kroskeys, I don't have any informations. Um, go have an overpriced coffee and some cakes. Uh, get some cakes. Always, always cakes. Cakes is good. Always. Um, you know, it's a good thing. And venting is nice. I appreciate it. Also, I learned shit. You know, I didn't know that texture was a tag, and I didn't know that source set was a thing. So I'm learning things, which is good. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Um, what was I doing? Dang. This hasn't changed. I haven't touched a single thing in there. Everything is broken. I still haven't rewritten anything in here. And this layout is really bad. The whole page is really bad, and I need to redesign the entire thing. But for the sake of right now, I don't really give a shit. I'm focused on this thing to have the usage and the outputs to be done and good. Um, and then when you're looking at this, you can see that my icons are not as good as they needed to be for the solid version. So I need to fix that. So, um, I think I know about that. Um, I think I know about semantic HTML because it made more sense to me in the beginning when I learned. uh, which is useful for like accessibility if I remember correctly, but I'm also like right now unsure based on the fact that you say, what the fuck is this? Semantic or meaning of the information in the web page, web application, rather than merely define the presentation. Yeah, 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 yeah. I remember that. I don't mind it. I like it. Um, it's to me it makes sense because it's like not code. So like my brain is fine with that. It just makes so much more sense. Um, but therefore it implies the picture as well. So yeah. Um, I think Figma is gonna implement some things that are not good and gonna that are going to be gated behind a paywall again, and I don't like it. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but we never know. So yeah. Um, I also agree with Nate. There has been a lot of updates to HTML and CSS in the past few years that have been really positive for the designer community and the design that is me. And it's pretty nice to see some updates, but also the fact that no one is aware of them, and the fact that, for example, the best example that I have is the color mix and OKLCH color profiles and like the LCH color profiles and so on that are have been in discussion since 2021, and we talked about it in 2021, and then designers discovered it like basically at the beginning of the year or last year, and I'm like, yeah, obviously it's been like 5 years, but people just don't know. So yeah. Yeah, I think there's also something for um the the devs freaks that just love to write the least amount of letters and the least amount of characters that will prefer uh, a B tag for bold instead of a strong tag because strong is just like it's too much letters and therefore it's not efficient because the browser needs to read basically five more letters in the tag instead of just B. Um, I do like some of the new shorthand that happened with just just the B without anything else, specifically when it's the end of something like with a break in a page. You don't have like a break with a, a backslash or slash break at the end for the end of the tag. So that's a nice thing, but I mean, technically it really depends in between the spans and the other things. I'm not good enough at CSS and HTML anymore. Not that I was at some point, but you know. Anyways, so going back to this because this is pretty important. A lot of these things that have been generated, for example, these titties are currently in 2 points for the lines instead of being in 2.5, and these are still lined instead of being uh, outlined. So I don't know exactly if we want to outline the entire thing so that it renders properly in the outputs, or if we want to do something a bit different for some use cases. Because right now, the reason why I'm talking about this is here. You can see that this element in line and in solid, the the line is smaller still instead of being at 3 points, and there is a bit of a change in the distance in between these two and the distance in between things, mainly because at 3 points we needed a bit more space. So when you look at the charts icons, which are in finance, if I remember correctly, I think we have that in charts right here. In order to get like the similar weight and the similar output, I had to uh, bump this and then change the angle because otherwise it was not good enough. So that's a thing. But then again, this needs to be outlined-ish. And I don't really know if I want to do that as a select all outline all situation, or if I need to go in one by one and then outline the thing. I also feel like there is an option in there where I kind of need to have um, a combine or a process like this one where it's just both of the shape being used and then flattened instead of like this is three. Technically, this thing's supposed to be like at 2 points, but the output at the end is that, which I don't know why we have this right here, but we have this right here. Why you? Oh, that's why. See, I see. It's that issue. That's probably bad. That's wild. See what I was talking about that last time of being this is not this is not going to be good because right now we end up with some issues that just like don't make any sense in terms of the rendering and where things are supposed to be. So we're supposed to be here basically to be exactly 333, and then in order to get this to work with the effect that we want to have, we kind of need this right about here. That's not equal, but that's fine. And then that's bad because of this point. So that's the issue. I need to go through a lot of icons still in order to be able to release this thing. And based on the newest rendering of this page, it's gonna take a lot longer than expected. Mainly because of the presentations and shit. Like these things have just been bumped to 3 points. And that's not necessarily good enough. I do that. I can do that. So yeah, I don't know. Like just outlining them feels like it's fine, but it's not great, and it creates some weird shapes here and there. And then in some details, sub-details version, we will end up with not very readable icons. So that's the debate. These ones are fine. That's okay. But a lot of others are just like really not really complicated because they are still uh single line compared to the previous version. Tried 1.5. So that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know if just line 2 is good enough and we can use that in order to get like consistency across all of the icons. It would be better if we had like the same icon types, line sizes for all. But it doesn't seem to be as easy as it needs to be. So, you know, that's the that's the thing. Like this at 0.5 would be fine. But again, if I want this to be like good, I would probably get probably make that a bit smaller, like not by much, just by that amount, and then probably also break this at a higher point, so somewhere around either half point or 4 points would be like probably an option. And that's just like the type of shit that I need to do in order to make these icons to look more fat, a bit bigger and more understandable from a user point of view to then be able to just outline them and use that as a solid uh, icon system. So that's the I don't know. That's the I don't know. That's the truth. I do not know. Yes. Um, I see. Do you have the said framer templates? Subway? Like that's also kind of wrong. Like we need the bar in the center to be kind of visible, otherwise it's kind of weird. That A frame needs to stay an A frame. I think I would say so. Um, no, not that. Same thing here. Like I want that to be probably here instead, but that's not gonna work. So I need this to be at minus 0.25 for everything, and then this one needs to be at plus 0.25 as well. So I have to go down, and we have a bit more reading room in the middle compared to the regular one. And same thing on this. It's a lot of work. It's not. It is absolutely not. You just need to know. That's the that's the sad part. It's just like, yeah, you can't really you can't really be sure till you try. So that I may have saved this one already. I haven't. Okay, that's not the one that I had in mind. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. It is very much uh it's very much current design behavior, and it's very much that was weird. Yeah, it works. It's 100% this year design, last year design type of thing. It's nice. That's the thing that I had at the top of my fucking page. So I get it. And they have this thing, which I wanted to put in place. Chef, welcome on in. Welcome back. Using the desktop AI such as Claude Code or Codex, kinda. Not really. I'm mostly on Cursor. I have the Claude app, which is shit, but it's also the best for designers. Um, Codex, I tried it. I don't like it. The latest version of Cursor with the agent window, I hate it. The thing that I have is that I want to see the code and I want to be able to just go in if necessary and change things manually. In Codex latest version, you don't really have that action. I mean, you kind of do, but it's a bit of a more annoying thing than just having access to the fucking thing right there. Um, Other than that, what I'm using most of the times is going to be things like LM Studio or the Llama app, which obviously is not in there. Unsloth is also another one, and then the chat from Atomic is another thing, which is very much similar. And then, based on the last thing that I have that I haven't run in a long time, is called Paperclip. Um, and it's new. That's a new landing page. God dang. Paperclipping is a swarm of agents kind of thing that can run based on your Cloud subscription, and then do things for you on your behalf on a what is called a heartbeat. So it just runs every 5 minutes, every 30 minutes, every how many minutes you define. And so you can have like some sort of an agency company organization system, which is the same exact model every time, but it's just like models agent with the purpose of different things. So the CEO is going to define who they are hiring based on the things that they are basically defining the agent.md for the CTO, for the CMO, and so on. And then if these people need these people, these agents need sub agent and so on, it's going to be hired as well. It goes through uh, a validation process through you, which is pretty useful. It burns through your subscription very, very fast. So can't really recommend it, but it's a good thing. I used it to create a blog once, and it was pretty okay. But it's the only desktop app which is not really an app, which is mostly like a CLI thing that runs in your browser. But other than that, that's uh, that's about it. That's about it. That's that's a crazy thing. Ah, I mean, technically, you can't read, but this is the Evangelion logo, and they don't know how to read Japanese because this is still saying Evangelion right there, and I just can't read these ones. But uh, Mago 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 Koro. That makes no sense to me. That that is so weird. That is so weird. Um, it is I think it's Neon. It's probably Neon Genesis Evangelion thing, but they are using this one as a reference with the handwritten thing, and it is like one of these as referenced, which is pretty. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me, but again, it doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to be freelance and do web developing project mostly with 3JS, WebGL, JSAP, and so on. And I'm trying things and see what could be the best tool for me to use. If you're just doing some visual things right now, the Code app is going to be the best option. The other thing, if your computers is good enough, which is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but if your computer is good enough, and you don't mind PewDiePie, just released the Odysseus AI workspace thingy, which is a self-hosted running agents and so on your machine. But also, you need like a beefy ass machine in order to like use the entire thing and make it work. It contains so much shit in there that is really useful. But then at the end of the day, it's just like uh, it it's good if the models that you are pointing it to or that you're pointing in it are good. So like it really depends. But it has like so much things um, that seems to be pretty nice. And you know, we'll see. We'll see. The design is very much bad, and I don't want to go there and do things. But the fact that PewDiePie is just like doing shit is interesting. So I'm gonna say that's an interesting system. Um, so yeah, this one is one of them. But if you are just looking for visual things as a designer, as a freelance, and potentially like provide the clients with things that are coded, Claude is going to be the best option. DeepSeek is going to be the cheapest option, which is good enough. Um, Kimi is going to be the closest to code for cheaper. And most of the things is not going to be apps, but mostly going to be API related. So you would need, instead of getting a subscription to um, like to Cloud Code or something, you may need to get like an API related stuff on the Kimi plan or directly like the DeepSeek uh, API instead, which is good enough. But it's the same thing, at least in my eyes, it's the same thing. Um, it's just like it depends where you are using or what AI you're using. DeepSeek latest version, the V4 Flash, is pretty good. And again, based on the fact that you can run it on your machine if your machine is big enough and beastly enough, it's a lot of useful things, but complex to run if you don't have the skills. So if right now you just want to get visual stuff running and like proper outputs for the clients, then this is gonna be the best option. Is still gonna be like the Cloud app with the subscription. That's the It's the best option. I just noticed, Kane, I just noticed this gradient below at the bottom. That looks very familiar, as always. But these are very much 2026 resume thing. I have one that is not uh, in usage just yet. What the fuck is that? It's going to be here. Someone has added things and they said that it's all in the details, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, of course. Yes, it is. But they are doing like the most 2026 designer portfolio type of thing, and it's crazy. Is this? Yeah, it's right there. You again, I don't want to say that I was there before that, but that type of design interaction is the type of shit that I put into Salma's website and my website. So Salma is about 3 years ago. My website is about, well, my website is 3 years ago. Salma's is about like three and a half ish, four. Um, and yeah, it's it's crazy. Um, so the thing with skills, I hate skills. I'm gonna be honest. Uh, Skills are no good. And then Kane shared, not this one. Kane shared the this Notion page with skills and agents and other things last week, which is pretty good. It contains a ton of things for how to use uh, like the skills and design and so on. So that's probably going to be useful for you. Um, we do like it. We do like it. But the thing that you need to know and remember is that a skill is just a text file that is guiding the LLM in a direction. And instead of saying you can do whatever the fuck you want, the skill is saying you can do everything in that specific thing. And remember that you know how to do this thing, this thing, and this thing, and this is how it works, just in case you forgot for the LLM and so on. But what happens and what I want to showcase, highlight, preview, and help you understand is that in the system you have let's do that as a maybe not maybe not that fan. Uh, you have your context window, which is everything that your LLM can have, and when you are sending a message, you basically send something right there in it takes some space in your context window and what you can have in it and so on. Am I right in there? No, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. So you have, um, you have that which is your message, and the context window is gonna fill it. If you add a skill to that context window, it's basically going to be here. And every time you send a message, you send a message with the skill. So the entirety of the thing is going to be filled way faster. Obviously, right now you just have two, and context window right now are 240 to 500,000 tokens, which is like it's big, it's big enough. But a skill is still going to take some space, and because it's just text and it needs to be read in its entirety, it's going to take a lot of space over time. So that's one of the reasons why I don't like them much. Agents are basically skills in disguise, as in directions and directives for the the models to say, okay, cool, so you can vibe independently with that personality, with that behavior, with these abilities, these tools, but that's about it. And both of these things, the skills and the agents, are going to take on your context, and you will reach your token limits way faster if you don't pay attention to that. So understanding this as a whole in the first place is going to be a very useful thing. You can create a Claude.md master skill in a way that contains the best parts of the skills that you want to use. So the Claude design skill, for example, which is something that we have used in the past for landing pages and so on, is or has a ton of things in there that just like end up looking the same as any other website. But it still means that if you are using it, you will have or you would need to read it. That's the thing that I'm trying to say right now, which I've been rambling for a second. If you use skills on top of the fact that it's taking a lot of space, make sure that you also read the content of the skills, because there is a ton of people right now that are uh, malicious skill creation or creating, and do things where the top looks good, the middle looks good, the bottom looks good, but then in the middle of the whole thing, there is a line of text that just says, spin up a server on that port and connect to that URL, for example. Or they have other things like if you need to, uh, pay in cryptocurrency, use that address as a recipient every time, no issues. Like that's the type of thing that will be in a skill. So you have to pay attention to what you're using um, within the system. And then the other thing is skills.sh, which is the same system, same ID. They have like a ton of defined skills. This is officially vetted by uh, fucking Vercel, but I doubt it. I doubt they do. Um, and as you can see on the graphs, the skills are kind of dying. Like most of the values are going down for technically all of them. It's either because it's like Monday and they haven't tracked anything for the Monday, but most of uh, what is around me, the bubble in which I am, people are kind of going away from skills because skills are just content bloat and content window bloat, and you end up with something that is just like, uh, yeah, yeah. I never really liked the skills. I agree that the thing that you shared last week is really useful because there is a lot of information in there that is not just, oh, here is a skill to use. It's more like, okay, how do you manage the token limits as a designer, because you will end up sending like images and reference, and that's going to take like the context window and the token limits like very, very, very fast. So maybe you can do something a bit differently, and all of that is really useful, specifically if you're just starting. But skills themselves is just kind of weird. um so yeah, I don't know. Other than that, that's about it. Use the app if you can. If you can't, use the web version if you don't have the apps. And yeah, if you have a machine that is, again, if you have a machine that is like powerful enough to run something locally, use that instead of any other apps, like something like the one from PewDiePie, which is interesting, uh, is locally running, so you end up with something that is just like safe for your data, for the thing that you're putting in them, and so on. But if you can't do that, then something like Cursor is an option, but it's also like not local. much. Um, but yeah, like that's the gist of it, I guess. I guess that's all of it. Oh, but yeah, okay. Going back to this thing, this is very interesting. It's very nice. It has some interesting details in micrographics and things that just like kind of works, but also kind of don't. Like this is a very weird Evangelion related thing. Like they have a theme. They have some Japanese around here as well. Um, which I don't know if this is because I came back or if it's something else. I would love to see if it changes based on first time, not first time. Um, because that word specifically, which again, you might not be able to read that. This is Okaeri Nasai, which means welcome back. Kinda. It's yeah. It does mean welcome back. It's the thing that we answer when someone say I'm home. So no, there is visual noise. There is visual noise on the page, uh, which is neat. It's a little features right there. But yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I could. I don't know if this made in framework thing is like this is a template or if it's something else. 'Cause that's kind of screams template, but also screams this is something that I could have done. Is it dark mode, light mode, reactive though? It is. God dang. Yeah. Ah. Again, it is the very much 2026 behavior of I need to not be a generic website, and therefore I'm going to use everything in my power to not be a generic website, but they are doing things that just don't make any fucking sense. Um, so I don't know. But you know, like everything that they have is on a scroll-based situation. So you have like the profile picture right there. Profile picture. Profile picture that is rotating on god damn it. This is rotating uh on scroll. And it's everything has a bit of a move. Like this is moving up. Everything has a transition past. Like this one is moving up as well, which makes absolutely no sense because if you have something that is taped somewhere, the tape can't really slide in. Also, I don't understand why this shit is just like closing every time. So that's a weird thing. And then these ones are splitting away. I don't know. just micro interaction and everything, or micro animations on everything, which is wild. But you know, have we seen this? I think we have. Yes, we have. Yeah, this is one of the old. This is one of the old uh, websites. We talked about it when it came out, and they have things that we used as reference. So, for example, that line that is growing, and this is something that we use as reference for the client work that I've done last month. Um, Not from the website, but like from other things. They have like a ton of very, very cool ideas and concept of presentation that, I just like these hover effects are really cool for the 3D ness of it, even though most of these images are not 3D whatsoever. It's just like parallaxing both of the content. Um, and they have when this website came out, we talked about it. We went over that section specifically and talked about the fact that this is the most useless website that we have ever seen because there is like absolutely nothing uh, in of substance in that thing. Like it's just fun, but it's useless. But it's just fun. In which case we understand, but it's just like not necessarily what you would expect uh, from anything, anyways. So it's yeah, it's just fun. That's all that button is supposed to do. That yeah. It's also really bad for my computer, so I'm gonna close that. But it's a nice website. It's just useless. It's how we call that? Um, a proof of work kind of thing, or a proof of skill, where oh yeah, we can do that, but it's a bit of a crazy thing, so it makes sense. Holy fuck! Oh, I'm dying. I've had some issues yesterday with the gym, or I've had other issues. I feel like we need a second uh uh there was uh, a soccer football match on Saturday, and Lone Traveler, hi, what morning? Um Apparently the French won, and because the French are dumbasses, we have two dead, 160 something injured, 500 people arrested, and uh, I forgot how many cars got like code fires and buildings because these bitches just decide to celebrate with fireworks by pointing it toward people instead of up. And they were fighting downstairs, like I had them uh like basically on my street, and they were just shooting at the cops. And then people are just complaining that we have cops when there is a game night. It's just like, well, if there is nothing, like that, that's probably gonna happen. My burger place got looted. Not the one that is downstairs, but another one that is like more in the richer part of Paris, and it's just like I I don't I don't understand why the French, if they don't win, they burn stuff like they're hungry, whatever, angry, and so on. But if they win, they burn stuff because they're happy. And it's just like it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Specifically when like fireworks in a at a moment where like uh we had 37 degrees outside is just the less uh it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like just think for 1 second. Shit, I'm gonna caught fire for sure. And yeah, the amount of people that just like looted stores and jewelry stores and so on just because the game was good. Um, I think I have it here. Uh, I think I have it here. The AI review. Um, yeah, no, sorry, it wasn't 160. It was 192 injuries. There was like a lot more, but it's just like, what the fuck? 200 cars and trucks and things that caught fires. And this is just Paris. I think fireworks are good. I think it's a good thing, but it should not be something that is available at hand. Yeah, no, I don't think it's, I mean, again, it's football and soccer and things, and it's never uh it's it's the issue. It's the sports. But yeah, it's not. That's the thing. It's the issue is not that it's like French. I mean, it is French, but the main issue that I have with this is, and I'm saying that every time, the people that are doing the actions are the minorities that are kind of put aside in the city and so on. Um, and and the elders of these communities are saying, please don't do this because that's how the other people are seeing us already. So if you are doing the actions, you are perpetuating um, the the stigma that they have against us and so on. And it's just like everything continues and it doesn't make any sense. And it's just like the yeah, but again, think about it for one more second. If we won, we break shit. If we lose, we break shit. If we're not happy with the thing of the government, we break shit. If we are happy with the things of the government, we break shit as well. It makes no sense. Like I kudos for consistency, I guess, but it's just like, eh, can you just at some point get a grasp of when it makes sense? Because in in what I just said, breaking shit becomes the default, and therefore it becomes the expected, and therefore it has no effect because it's expected every time. Whereas the we kill the kings and the rich and so on, which is what we did, wasn't a single type of act where we were like, well, this is the the distance we're willing to go to. And if you are not behaving, then we are going to go to that length again. But because we are going to that length every single time something happens, then it's just it has no power anymore. It's the boy who screamed wolf. That I don't know if that's the thing. We have the saying in French, which is different, but it's the translation is probably that, where it's just like when you're screaming that there is wolf and pirates and whatever that's coming in every time just for the sake of having, some actions. The day that it happens, it has no impact, and that's the desensitization of us as French, but also of the governments, because it's like, well, yeah, there is a soccer match. There will be some dead. There will be some cars on fire. There will be some building that catch fire as well, and it's expected, and therefore we don't care. It's the best way for the entirety of the rich and the powerful to just take care of the situation in a way that is just not going to change anyways, because these actions have no effect on anything other than their own lives. And again, the fact that we have 192 people that got injured either by fireworks or by something else, it's just like it's such a weird thing. It doesn't make any sense. But again, the thing that was kind of weird to me, but not really, but kind of, is the fact that it was in my street, like downstairs. I was kind of not necessarily aware that tear gas and fireworks was fired toward the policemen's in the street that I live in, because I'm kind of used to the fact that they are shooting fireworks when there is a football match on the back window from where I am. I see them like at night. It's like it's a usual thing, but it sounded from the other side. And when I looked at, I just saw things fly in front of my window, and it's just like it's so wild. And that again, Stony, I used to. That's the thing that is weird, is that I basically used to live in a peaceful area of kind of the city, and that's the first time I'm seeing this, like at to this extent at least. So yeah, like basically when I opened the window to see what was happening, there were uh pushing people, and there was a scooter that was on the middle of the street and cars were going through it, kind of. Like it doesn't make any fucking sense. So yeah, that happened during the weekend, which is really I don't understand. I don't understand this behavior, and that's also one of the reasons why I want to get the fuck out, because this makes absolutely no sense to me. Um, it is existing in any country to different degrees. Not saying that it doesn't exist in Japan, because Japan is the country that I want to move in. But it's a bit of it's gonna be easier. This is not the type of thing that's gonna happen there. At least not right now. Probably in like 10 years, for sure. Uh, but yeah, like look at that shit. Just because they fire, like they use fireworks toward people instead of toward the sky. Like this guy is dead. This guy is dead. The one that is in front there is also dead. That building probably had some issues at some point. I don't, I don't get it. And it's soccer. Soccer is just like the type of shit that I don't have any respect for. I've never had any respect for it. It is, again, going back to the cultural thing. It is a very cultural French cultural thing, but I think it should be banned. I think that game, I think in general, sports events should be banned from French. We should not be able to do that. Um, Competition in general is not a bad. It's not a good thing for the French. They don't like it. But yeah, it's just like it happens every time. It's so crazy that we have the uh the armed force that are basically mobilized on the day. Every time there is a match, there is police in the streets just before. Like, we know it's gonna happen, and it's crazy. I don't know. It's the best excuse for the far right to say, "Oh yeah, let's mobilize more. Let's put more police in there instead of, I don't know, doing something else that is more impactful on the population." It's just a weird thing. Anyways, that was a side note. But I agree. I don't think it's must um uh like cultural thing, but I would disagree with that statement right there. That the First Amendment people and the French just going ape shit. Not really. I think the French going on strike and complaining, yes, that's the same thing. Uh, but eh, I think the right to complain and the right to riot has been at the core of the French revolutions and everything, so that makes sense. But yeah, looting makes no sense. Also, like the one that I have in my head right now, is I don't I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that, and that's gonna be some titties. Not even, god dang. Um, like that's the shop, like that's the burger shop, uh, and they did that in a fun way. Basically, they took a picture of the fact that this thing has been broken on, and they basically are saying that we are reminding everyone that our opening hours are from Monday to Friday from 12 to 14, and we know that our burgers are amazing, but you could have waited for Monday to get in. But like that's kind of that's weird. That this type of behavior is weird for what they're doing. I don't know. But yeah, they took it. I mean, at least the post itself is is properly done. One of the thing that we know as well, which is very, this is another thing that is very French. Um, there has been some specific type of French that have cars that are easy to code fire and that are kind of old, but they have insurance. And they weirdly enough park really close to potential activities type of thing on the days, just so that, you know, if something happens, they can get a new car. So insurance are also aware of that, and that's one of the things that they kind of take into consideration sometimes. To, if you are like a football fan and so on, then your car is not insured in the same way. But like these burgers are good, we agree. But that makes no fucking sense. So I don't know. It's just it's a weird behavior from the French, um, and I haven't found another type of like country that is doing the exact same thing with the same like destructive outcomes, or at least if there is, I don't know of it. And I would say potentially the US might be something like this at times, but I don't. I don't remember like a lot of sporting events resulting in cars getting in fire in the US most times. I don't know about it in Spain. Um, I don't know about it in Japan for no reason. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird thing. But yeah, so I had a very hard time to sleep. All that to say, I had a very hard time to sleep uh, on Saturday because of the fucking fireworks almost all night, people fighting each other. And then on Sunday morning when I went to the gym, the guy didn't wake up. So I stayed in front of the gym for like 30 minutes roughly, and then I just left because they didn't open. The the light was on, but the door was not open, and it makes absolutely no sense. Maybe he died. That's true. I didn't see him this morning. Yeah, but no, the fact that the lights were on within the gym means that someone went in and just forgot to, you know, um, open the front door, which is the goal. If you're in, like the people that are opening the gym are the cleaning crew, so they come in to clean the things, and they probably just came in, started cleaning, and went down, headphones in, and just started cleaning. And therefore, not seeing that the door was still closed. Um, so yeah, yeah. There you go. I mean that sounds like a thing that yeah I don't know why we love looting stores. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like it's the same way that I'm seeing the people that are looting the Apple stores, specifically in the US, but like everywhere else, it's the same thing. I'm like, you know that these devices are bricked the instant they are like out of range because like it's automatic. And it's like, yeah, but no, I can still do something about it. It's just like, not really. So yeah. I don't know enough about that. But I don't have the news, so I don't have like a um I don't have information about the other countries, so that helps. On Xiangshi there was someone that was complaining, not complaining, but like saying that he was uh living in the country that we were against in the soccer match, and therefore it was extremely calm on the evening, and it was very appreciated from the French uh, to make their nights very calm and peaceful, and they could sleep. So I agree with that. I would have loved for that to happen. Like again, I would love to be a dictators for a lot of things. It would be very, very impartial. Um, but yeah, there are some things that I would just remove from the activities available, feasible around here. Just it would be great. It would be great. Anyways, so that was a weird thing. Um, I'm still waiting for. I'm gonna go back there. I'm still waiting for my burger place to reopen because right now it's still under construction, and yeah, it's been a bit. But goddamn, I'm missing all that. Look at that. Look at that. I hope you're not hungry. Or if you are now, or if you were not now, you probably are. Ah, they are doing like a renovation in the shop. Um, and this one is their other location. They've done a very good job, and obviously the decoration, the mood, and so on, all of that was really cool. I think one of them kind of closed. I think this one was the uh, the latest one that they have done, and then they had to close the previous one just because money and shit. But yeah, this one's closed. They've done a very good job again in this one as well in terms of decoration, interior design, and so on. And same thing. I'm expecting that the shop that I go to most of the times is going to be the same. Um, so yeah. Anyway, cool. So we have this to do, but I can't touch this thing because safety first and tokens first. I can't burn through tokens so fast. These needs to happen. I feel like we've done 2.5, so I'm gonna do 2.5 as well on this. And then I wish I could do, I don't know if this is gonna be an option, and I don't know if it's gonna work, but if this is half a point bigger, that give us kind of enough leeway here, and then I need to close this gap by, I think if I have an 1 pixel, so maybe doing this and that to give us a bit more space around this. That space right there needs to be, it's pixelated. Again, this is pixelated 1x, not 2x, but still. We'll see. So that's probably going to be the zone. We need to do that for all of the icons in solid that needs to get that treatment. I kind of want to have consistency in thickness for these icons, so probably a 2.5 for all is going to be a good idea, but it implies a ton of teeny tiny changes here and there, including the fact that this, for example, needs to have like so much less technically, less width, and that's why we were at 2 about a second ago, because that would make more sense, but it's still requiring us to do that. God damn it. Like that's kind of the diagonal that we want to have to get like enough space. These two are gonna get the fuck out because we can't. And then this one is gonna need something like that. And I feel like in order to get this whole thing to be at 2.5, we're probably gonna need to cut this as well. Or we can cut this down. So get the needle and the hand right there to be like retracted to somewhere around here. That might be our options. That might work. That might work. This 0.5 is gonna break as expected. So outline it and then move it down. It's bigger, but it's fine. I'm so scared about most of these things based on the distance and based on the readability of things. And I don't want to have to like make things too much bigger because of consistency with the others. We still want to have like some, even though it's going to be thicker for most of it, it still needs to be like recognizable. And if, for example, Stony wants to get switch in solid, then not solid, that needs to be in there and proper. So and I'm saying Stony, so it's everyone. It doesn't really. It's not specific. It is not specific. It's just there are things that are not the biggest fan of that, but that's gonna be fine. That's gonna be fine. At least I know what I need to do, which is a better stance than what I had earlier. Could say that. This could be inverted, but also it would. That's one of the other reason thing that I'm like, I don't know if this makes sense. The keyhole could be a hole instead of just a dot, and then we could have like a bit of a stronger lock visual. But in order to get the effect that we want to have with the line at 2.5, this lock needs to be so much more massive, and that's not really an option. So I don't know. I don't really know if we can do that in a way that just works. So I'm gonna just keep it that big and that bad for now because it's gonna be fine. Same thing here. We're gonna need to drop so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's like half points roughly. We need half of this. Also, I know what I'm doing right now. I know that this thing is at 45 degree. So I'm going with the distance that I want to have in between this element and that element. And then I'm doing the exact same thing on the other side. So it's going to be somewhere around here. So that's the thing. So I'm going 45 degrees and then matching with the other points. Even though it's adding that line in the middle, which doesn't really matter, I'm now having my point ending situation in the right position. And I can just select the dot that needs to be deleted and the line in the middle to get my crops to be properly cropped and cut in that point. So that's the reason. It's not great, but it works. So I'm gonna be fine with this and outline it and then remove that as a base. This is very, very, very clean and very close together. So we'll see. I know I've done some of the icons as well in like 3 points instead of 2. So we'll see if that's something that needs to be changed. And then that is not an option. This reads really bad, but I don't think we have a choice in solid. Just because we don't want to have anything else. So I'm just gonna do that. Do that for now. 1 point probably gonna be the best option. And then this one is gonna piss me off, as always. Probably gonna need to do that. And and the reason it pissed me off is this. This makes no sense. Are they linked? Oh my god. I don't know how Figma is doing this. Now I'm like almost certain that I'm taking the one from the top. Makes no sense. God damn it. They are linked. Holy shit. Alright, let's revert. I need this at 2.5. And I need this at 0.5. Right about here. Oh my god. Alright. Put this down then. That's what it's gonna be. That's what it's gonna be. I think you missed the target. I haven't dropped today, so probably not gonna make it. That's good. That could go up by like a smidge. Right about here. This amount of points is so bad. I'm not making it either. It's the last drop. That's gonna land. No. I thought, with the luck that you've been having, I thought maybe it could happen. But nah. That is not the day. Don't worry about it. Don't travel. Take the health that you need to take, and take your time. Like the homeworks type of thing that I'm giving you is not things that you need to do. It's things that is beneficial for you in the long term. But if your health happens to take a hit, slow down. Take your time. It's fine. It is fine. Yeah. Take the health. The health is always more important than the not health. Take the health. I just noticed something. I may have made a mistake. I may need to revert these 50 icons just because some of the other things, even though we are at like 2 points instead of 1.5, which it's not that bold, but it's like bolder. I feel like it might not work for the rest of the things if we have consistency issues with the line width. So reverting that and making sure they are 2, because I can't make these 3 points. That's not going to be an option. It's probably what's going to need to happen. Oh, don't worry about it. Also, it's not. It's not like I'm expecting you to do stuff or like explicitly do stuff. So, yeah, don't worry about it. Let me just do that. Hope for the best. This is going to take ages. God damn. So what I'm saying right now is if you just take these things and render them at 2, you end up with something that is good enough for the presentation, and therefore that's fine. And I'm guessing that this is the direction in which I'm going to go because it's going to be easier for everything. And it's also allow me to potentially do stuff like this, where I'll be able to remove some of the points that we don't need and put some of the points in other places so that we still have some holes here and there. And therefore we'll have the continuity with the rest. I can still do the thing that I've done a second ago with this going up. Let's do minus 0.5 on this, and then do plus 0.25 on there. Still centered. It's just like not centered the same way. I do like what I've done here earlier, so I might just do the exact same thing just for the sake of subcontinuity here. Just because it seems more aligned with the rest, with that line width. And then these are 3 because they are usually icons that are used at a very tiny space and place and sizes. So putting them at 3 makes a lot more sense. But that's about it. That's about it. This and that, and I think this, not this one. This one could be outlined with no issues. That one is not much, but we still need like I think that probably off points. I mean, that's technically the reason why I don't like the solid icons is like right now I'm stuck. Like if somehow tomorrow I'm like, Denny, hi, what morning? I'm like, oh yeah, this thing needs less space. I'm kind of fucked. I can't do shit about it. So that's, I don't like this. I don't like this. But I don't have a choice. These needs to change. Weekend was fine. Not great, fine. Uh, Things have progressed, but not enough for my sake and my liking. So, yeah, but that's bad. How is the portfolio thing? I feel like the one that Kane shared earlier. Did I save it? Um, God damn it. What is it? Where Is it? Oh, paper line. It's kind of similar to what you had in mind. I have saved some things for you, uh, Denny, earlier, being last week. Um, Also, I can share that on YouTube. That is true. That is true. Not necessarily uh just for Twitch. This one is an interesting thing. It has like some things in there I'm not really the biggest fan of, but they have some more interesting behaviors here and there. Um, for the preview, and then the one that I have for you specifically is the Bevel Health. The app specifically here has a portion that is roughly what you had in mind, and I think it has been pretty well executed, and it's right about here. So you have the phone that is right there, and it has this kind of transition thing in between the project. And if you had like multiple, God damn it, if you had like multiple uh, app projects, this could be a very cool thing, very cool transition from project A to B. And what I think I like better than what we had on your end last week is because I can see multiple projects in one scroll, and it's like it's cropping. So I basically would have as as much as three, like project A, B, and C, which is not the case. It feels more natural as a scroll, so it's interesting, and I feel like this is potentially something for you that would make sense, would help for your case study section. But that's one of them. The other one is that's not it. The other one is this thing which I sent you on here. It's that's Paperline and that's Bevel. These are the two in question. This one I sent it to you on Twitter directly because I feel like this is similar to what you had in mind in the beginning for your header section, and because this thing has like a bit of a controller, and you could potentially reuse that. You know, maybe get in contact with them um, and then see if they have a link that you can use, but just in case you're interested, that's the one in question. Um, and then there was another one that I remembered, and now I don't remember it. Um, I mean, we could go on Rava, but Rava is kind of wild. But I think it's gonna be a good. Uh, don't worry about it. We're gonna go back there just for you because it makes sense. Um, Larkin, hi, welcome on in. Not much. uh, Me bitching on the French, usual. Complaining about the game, usual. Hydrating, usual. So, Denny, this one is a bit of a bigger concept things. You probably have uh, seen them on other platforms, but Rava has this landing page, which is somehow an agency portfolio type of thing. But the reason why I'm talking about it is this. This is the header. So far, very simple, very clean, nothing in there. You have some street creds there just for the sake of having that, but then look at it closely. These is not, these are not like case studies, and none of these are clickable. Some of these are videos but there is no text, there is no thing, there is just visuals up until we reach the behind, which is basically the about section of who that person is, what clients have worked with them, what is their experience, what are their skills, if they have won some awards are there, their services and the price of that services, the same thing, service number two and the price of service number two, the other services that they can have as a subscription system, and then some Q&A thing, and then we end up on the footer with such a weird font jump thingy. But there is no case study, there is no like how it works, there is no link to the previous client thing. It's just that's just it. We do have some of the links in the information because obviously, they work on things, but that's a big ass element that is really important. The other thing that I wanted to highlight on this one is that this is their human experience, and this is an experience design intern. This is a working student, so intern. This is a bachelor intern. This is a Rava Labs remote and founding partner of that thing. So everything is dev sheet that will never work. This is the only two real work, like real jobs that they've had, and these are freelance jobs. Everything before that has been student jobs. And I don't think anyone will care if they have only had student experience when the website looks like this. That's the thing. Yeah, they have big logos by the fact that they use that. But then again, when you look at the page, they were an intern here and an intern here. So this is kind of false. But because the logos are big, then it works. It's the same way that I have Bugatti on my website because I was kind of not really an intern, but kind of. Um, it's the same reason, it's the same ID. So it works. Nonetheless, all that to say, most of this thing is uh, just visuals, no case studies, and the links only send you to the finished product of that brand, and that's about it. Um, and then again, I think three of these are animated. This one is animated. This one is animated. I think there is another one that I didn't really see, or no, two of them are animated, and that's about it. So, not a lot. All that to say, you don't need to have a lot of content for the case studies if you have a ton of visuals to showcase, and if the things in question that you're showcasing are good enough. It depends. It depends. It's a balance in between the two. Either you go full in on case studies for definitions, descriptions, and process explanations and so on, or you go full on the visuals, and that's an option as well. And you can be in the middle, which is where most people are, but it's just like a representation to say that it's an option. Also, to answer your question, yes, it's not really underexposed. It's just that I'm currently at 7, where I'm usually at 12. So it's not really the camera. It's just the lighting. I know. I know. At 12 is like too bright for TikTok, and at 7 is pretty good. So, yeah, because I don't like to highlight the background too much. It's a teeny tiny change. Everything is the same. Doesn't change much. So yeah, that's just that's one of them that is really useful and pretty interesting nonetheless. And then I remember there was something else, which obviously I'm not gonna find because talking about it. Um, there was something that I kept because it was like, oh yeah, that's very much a Denny thing that I could showcase, and now it's not there. And I'm also like mentally remembering what's the last thing yet that you've seen it that we talked about, and I feel like I passed most of it. Um, and most of it is just like not the thing. But yeah, the bevel is kind of the most important one because it makes sense for you for that kind of section for the work, which I think is pretty good. Um, and stickers and stamps are everywhere anyway. So if you are someone that is like into stamps, you know, it's just build some of them. A lot of things are gonna happen. Busy, welcome in. Welcome back. Um, how are you? How's the day going? How's everything? I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, like usual. I uh, I woke up too early again. Um, yeah, starting to like the top and bottom of it. Let me just go peek because I can. Where you at? Right there. Are you working more on the code or are you working more on the Figma file now? Because that's interesting as well. Um, I mean, you've made so much changes. I like this. I think this is a fun footer. I don't know if you want to keep that. I think these are really cool. I don't know if you landed on one that you like more than the others. Um, I think this is an interesting system with the pictures. Maybe a bit weird. Yeah, but debatable nonetheless. Yeah, that's a nice system. I like that. I like that. Um, that's nice. Jenny, we're going in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Welcome back on. It's so fun to see you on YouTube instead of Twitch. But, welcome on YouTube. It happens. I wish we had timestamps on YouTube chat. Because sometimes I'm looking at the chat and I don't know when the fucking thing was posted, and it's kind of sad. Um, yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, I'm 100% in the code. Even though I'm not doing shit, I'm 100% in the code most of the times. I know I've saved some things, and yeah, dang, I saved dang. Uh, I don't know how I can tell, but I know that this is AI generated. I don't know how. It's weird. but I have a feeling that this is not a real picture. I have a feeling that this is an AI generated image, mainly because I've seen someone else use an AI generated image that has very similar outputs, and there's something about it, and I don't know. No, the UI is the real thing, but the hand and the light and everything else is what feels off. The UI is what they have created, and they have like the full description, showcase, and so on. But you know, um, have a good meeting, and yeah, and then I just got confirmation. Uh, like that's the UI that they gave, and then it generated this. It's crazy. Like I don't know. I didn't see that post before, but it's crazy how by simply looking at this, I could tell. I don't know what's the tell. That's that's gonna be the thing. I don't know what's the tell of this to that told me, oh yeah, this is 100% an AI generated thing. Uh, I don't know. It's wild. Just a feeling of something in there that just felt off, and then having that as a confirmation is um, it's one. Maybe maybe we talked about the fact that the bokeh and the blurriness of the background is also something that is kind of weird. Kind of I'm recording. Um, but yeah, there's a shadow on the phone from the window that doesn't exist. You know what? That's such a fair point. I mean, we don't know. We don't know. There might be a window behind the person. We don't know. Um, but yeah, the perspective is potentially something that is off, but we don't really have a way to check as far as I know. Like we don't have a perspective checker. uh like is that right? I feel like this is potentially right. Mm. Mm. Not gonna work. Got me. That seems almost as if it was almost aligned here, but not with the wall. But the wall could be crooked a bit. And then the cup in itself doesn't really have like a proper shadow. Like this is not something that we could map for sure. What? That's roughly the angle that we have here. I don't know. I don't know if the perspective is wrong, but it looks realistic in a way, but it's just something's off. And it might be the skin tone, it might be the grain, because there is like obviously some sort of a grain to it also. God dang, that's a quality image for something that I pull out of Twitter. Like all of these ridges are not blending with each other. Like we have some blending here with the fuzziness, but that's not something that is really bad. The grain on the wood is impressively impressingly good. That because I'm zoomed in, the font looks weird, but like everything is fine. I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird. Also because you don't like yeah. I mean the that angle right here, for example, where you know you have that there, and then you have uh, that roughly at the bottom. So these two are almost parallel, which is fine, but it's like not really true. And then if you do the vertical, which if I'm trying to put myself properly in these things, like it is roughly flat, exactly where it needs to be. Anyways, we have the proof that it has been AI generated. That's there's no question, but it's wild that I could tell. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. I don't know. It's wild. It is wild. Um, but I've tried this. I don't know if I have them. I, I may have that. I think in the first version of Nano Banana, I tried to generate some images that are very similar to this, to see how it worked and if it worked and if it was good or not good. And I know that I probably saved that on my phone somewhere. So if it is somewhere, it should be. The question that I have now is when the fuck was Nano Banana launched? And when did I try to generate these fucking things? Um, I probably deleted the chats. That's why I can't really go back there and just get it. It is further than this because I use perfume as a base for this. So that's like further down. And it wasn't good. That's basically all I want to say. I just want to show you how not good it was. But it wasn't great what I did there last time. It's I know I used that screenshot as a base, so if it was anywhere, it would have been around here, and it's not anywhere around here, which means I don't have it. Got it. I do have it. um, this is the first Nano Banana thing that I had done, and you can see how fuzzy the skin is. You can still see this thing here, but it had one of the best implementation of like image into phones at a time, and that's kind of the vibe that I wanted to check. And it's not great whatsoever, but if you look at this on a story of something, it doesn't, everything is pretty okay, but it looks fake. And I feel like if I had changed something like the skin being a bit more skin, or if I redraw on top of that, for example, if I use that as a structural system to have an environment that is hand-drawn and then the phone that is not, that could be a very interesting things. But yeah, yeah, that's the issue as well. Client should not be happy with that, and that's the other one, which is very much the same vibe, uh, which works better, but they forgot the dynamic island for some reason. They were like, you know what? That's not an option. Um, but it is a bit better. This one was kind of the structure. I thought that this would be a good option because it looked AI generated, and so tried to generate something similar but not identical, and it didn't work. Do I have another one? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Um, yeah, I don't. I don't. I have this though. And this is good. This is not AI generated, which is good because it's behind me. You can see it on my wall. Um, it's a real image. Anyways, um, yeah, it's my it's my Christmas slash New Year present from my sister. She found this card and she said, that's the perfect thing for you. I don't think it's gonna be good on screen. I don't think you're gonna be able to see much of that. You know, it's a nice cat. It's a nice cat. We like the cat. It's a great thing. It's such a great thing. We love this thing. I don't know how she found this thing, but goddamn, what a find! What a find! Sometimes, you know. Um, and then we had other things that I kind of saved as this is good. This could be a great addition to today's stream, but obviously I'm looking for stuff. So I can't find things. This is gonna be for tomorrow slash Wednesday stream for sure. Um, boy. This one was an interesting thing. This is a this is a great representation of Duolingo being shit because it doesn't understand language can use multiple phrasing. And so they said maybe I will become a hairstylist and brush hair all day. And then the right answer is hairdresser. And that's not true. Like, that shouldn't be the case. Both would work. But it's such a thing that happens at times that I'm seeing, and I understand that people are saying that Duolingo is shit, but it's not. But it still has this here and there, and that is shit. So we half agree. Um, this one was a weird kind of system thing, but you've seen the amount of stamps that we passed in the past few seconds. God dang. So many stamps. Everyone is doing stamps, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Um, like, I wanted a stamp collecting app for my wife and I next date, but I didn't like the other ones out there. So they are aware that there are other stamps app that already exist, and they didn't like them, which is fine. Therefore, they built another one, and the output is bad. I don't, I don't understand why they did it this way. Like, this thing is so square. A stamps is not square. The holes, the props on the sides are holes. So they're supposed to be like not flat. This makes no sense. There's so many stamps app that happens. Like, this one is a stamps app, kinda. Stampy is another one. Stamply is another one. Stampy with two eyes is another one that I've seen. Um, and it's just everyone is doing stamp stuff. I don't get it. I've done stamp as well for the latest clients because, needs to stay in there. But yeah. Dapshi, I saw this for you if you're still lurking from far away. I didn't save it on the save things just because it doesn't make any sense. But this is an interesting system which is very close to the Strava system. They have metrics that is placed in a very specific spot. So I'm guessing they have multiple variations, either left, right, top, or bottom. And then they have the badge or the widgets that you currently have, the stickers that you have, that is placed in a way that makes sense. So this is an interesting layout. I feel like you could steal there. No problem. Have a good rest of your day. Get some rest. Get the health and the things up, and then come back later. It's gonna be fun. Take your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. But yeah, that's a simple layout. I feel like it's gonna be pretty useful. Um, it's simple, but it's just like it's working. So, you know, doing that. And then I'm not doing that because I'm trying to do the exact same thing, but I'm trying to do the exact same thing. And for me, the main difference is that this is going to be the bottle of perfume that you have. And yeah. And then I need the metrics. So, very simple system, but it works. Is always a good idea. Is always a good idea. More steps. So much steps. Oh my god. So much steps. So much steps. I can't. I can't. Everyone is just stamping everything. I have a guy on TikTok that pops on my feed every now and then that is doing Japanese stamps. And it's the same list of like 15 roughly that just they are recycling, and it's just stamps everywhere. Oh my god. Oh my god. One day. One day there will be less stamps. I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. I think we went across everything that I had on this. I haven't stamps. I don't have a memory of on any other things in the back that needs to be talked about. This is for Techie. He's not here. This is not gonna work. Yeah. God damn, I am so dying. Ah, I'm just procrastinating on the icons. I don't wanna like work on the icons. It pisses me off, but I need to. I need to. That's my fault. That is my fault. I need to do that. So half point somewhere around here is a pretty good option. Half point somewhere around here is going to be really bad, but yeah, that's fine off. That's fine off. These though are going to be able to be cropped in a way that is okay. So if I'm doing half and half, we should be fine. It's going to be kind of wild though. Mainly because they is still kind of close. And this one half is not going to be much. Yeah, that one's half is better. Yeah, that's not gonna be good. But we're still gonna use that. We're still gonna go use that. That's good, that's bad. Let me just move these half point down. And then hope for the best. What do you mean? You landed very, very close. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know why it's interesting, but it's interesting. I'm not making it. I don't know why I can tell, but I can kind of tell. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, there is a thing with the. Oh yeah, fuck me, that's true. It's a thing with the way that the game is set up, and in terms of the amount of time that passes in between when you're starting to land and so on. I don't think drops work on YouTube. Really, I don't think that's a thing. Sadly, my condolences. Um, I don't know how it would work though. That's the that's the truth. Ugh. Yeah, nah. I just want to break these, but that's not. That's too sharp. And that's so bad. That is so bad. See, going back to what I was saying, this is the reason. This is the reason why I like this better than outlining content, because outlining content now I'm fucked. I can't do shit about it. The only option that I have is bring that in, drop this there, and then take that out. Like these points needs to go out. I technically I should just use that. It should be like an easier time for me. Um, and then take this thing to uh 2 points to a 2.5, but 2 points is good. And from there, I can then kind of merge the two together with a union so that it is outlined officially. But if I remember or I realize that something needs to be changed, like, I don't know, these needs to be that amount of length shorter just for the sake of not being that close. This is like a 0.25 situation. So this is going to be 5, and that's going to be 0.25 as well. That we have like a better amount of space around them. Like that makes more sense. And then this one is probably going to need to have like same thing, like a half points slash 75 locations up so that it works with the rest of the cloud. Then it's good. It's going to be fine. The only thing that I don't know is how is this thing going to get exported, because it's a union. Is it going to be exported uh, as this, or is it going to be exported as lines? So let's just check. It's exported as an outline. So it's solid. Oh, great. And now we have the things in question that we need to have. And now that this is good, then I know that this one is good. I know that these ones are bad, and I need to replace these. So I'm just gonna replace them all at once, if I'm not mistaken. That's the only thing that I have. Let's just drop that. Apparently they are not in the same position. And then that, that. The lasso, if you haven't used it in Figma, is really good. We use it all the time just because it's so much easier. So much easier. So that and that. The Alt Shift U for Union is such a useful thing. And now we have a proper thing. Cool. That is better. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's. Is it fine? It's fine. Is this one fine? It is. Is this one fine? It's not. God damn. Outline that. That needs to get outlined, and then I need to crop some things because that's not. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Unless I don't care, which is a fair point. I do not care most of the times. But also, you know. One of the reasons why I don't care is because it's just like it's easier, first of all, but also that way they all have the exact same design, and that's good. But oh, that's bad. You see that? It's gonna break shit. And I don't know why that's always the case. God damn it. I don't know why this is just like... It is linked though. It's the... Yeah, no, that's the same thing. I guess I have to keep that, but that's gonna break. I'm telling you now. This is gonna break later. Right now, it's gonna be fine. I know. These are not really feasible in solid version, which makes sense. That's the reason. Like that. It makes no sense. Oh my god. This is a bad move. I shouldn't just outline this one. I feel like this one as a solid piece should get some treatment on the back. Probably like an outline of some sort. Maybe making some things a bit bigger. Like making that section right there filled instead. Sorry. But not this one, which is weird because they are supposed to not be together, but they are together. Same thing on this one. This one could also like get a... Why is this broken? That's the reason. That's the thing. And then if I get that arch right there, maybe. You know what? Same game. I am the same. If I do that, we have something that is fine. And if I do this, maybe I can get something out of it. Oh, that's gonna be bad. Like a half point down. And then I think this point. Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't worry about it. I felt this point would need to be flipped. And then that probably take like a... Fine. Get just the back. And it needs a fill. So that section needs to be filled somehow. But we don't have any portion that is fillable, apparently. That's not gonna be good. And just doing this for the solid version is not good. Like the back needs to fill itself. What do I have? Why is this not... like... That's the... That's the reason. God dang. I don't like it, but it's fine. I'm gonna be okay with it. Oh, and now that's shit. Holy fuck. What was the meeting about? If you remember. These ones I don't want to touch because when I'm trying to make them in solid, it just like doesn't work. The cars, I can't figure it out. Um, so I usually just don't. Same thing here. I've tried. It doesn't make any sense. That triangle is okay, but I don't think it again make any sense either. So still gonna still gonna use that though. But this thing at 2 is oh fine. It's not. I'm still not happy with this. These two, not good. That's fine. That's bad. These are so bad. So we want to get that from here, put it there, remove the center part, take everything and bump it up out. Lock that, put that at 2. It's bigger. And then here, use our friend the lasso again. And then, and then, whoop, my bad. Then, and then, together as a union so that we have an output. We don't. That is that as a union. That works. It's a bit bigger than the other one, which is not really the greatest option, but it kind of works. The other thing that I could do is get a smaller version of this and a smaller version of that. To render with the same visual weight. I feel like this is an option. Maybe. To make it work, we have kept the 1.5 in the center instead of the 1 because that's like it looks bigger. So it happens. It happens. Still, vehicles, I really have a hard time with them, so I'm gonna just skip that. Skip it. And same thing here. Everything is pretty fine. And then that is okay. Kinda. Um, yeah. Uh, these are kind of close together, but we don't really have a choice here. Everything's kind of stuck. That's fine. I think these, if I remember correctly, yep. These are still 100% all of them just lines. God damn it. Oh, God damn it. I don't know why I kept the cursor being so skinny. I'm gonna have to change that in about a second. Boy. I don't know why these ones are so much fatter than others. I feel like, for the sake of consistency, I'm gonna just make everything at 2 points, and it's gonna be fine. Just so that we have all of our elements at 2 when they are in bold, even though they don't look bold. I think that's the issue. Like, because it doesn't really look as something that's bold, it just doesn't work. This one might be the only one that I'm like, I could use at 3 because it's bolder. So when selected, bold makes sense. Um, the rest though, 2 points seems too thin. But for the sake of consistency with the rest, I'm gonna still use that. I don't like it. I do 3 on that. That's a bold thing. So it's, it makes sense. And that's just looks the same. Like 1.5 and 2 are so close together, which is the reason why I had some of them at 3 in the past. But I don't like it. Like that. That makes sense. But this is thick though. That's the oh my god. I don't like it. Ah, it's just too different than the rest. I guess a 2.5 is gonna be okay. It's thicker than the others. And that's why I don't like it. So why not? Why the fuck not? And then this one is still at 1.5 for some reason. So I'm gonna put that at 2. And be good. These are tools that I can't really outline properly, so that's the reason why they are not. Do we have some... These lines are at 2, which is fine. They have been outlined as well. This one is at 3, which is not fine. So we're going to do a 2.5 just for the sake of being thicker but not too thin either. Same here. And I feel like these could be at 2, but because they are just line icon, they are still going to be line icon. I could say this. I could create some sort of a pattern that is like, if the icon is remaining as a line visually, then we keep the 2.5 instead of the other one. And I already outlined these at 2 points, which now breaks my patterns right there. Yeah, some of them are still. Why are you split? Sorry. Oh, it is not split. Okay, cool. I don't know how I built this thing. I did build this thing, but I don't know how I built it anymore. I have forgotten. That's good. That means that most of these are probably... That's not good. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. The way that this should be, by the way, not that you care, but you do care. The way that this should be is, instead of having the same amount of lines, we should have one less and more space between them, because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. So, yeah. But now that this thing has been outlined, we end up with something that is not good. Good. And so that's good. Let's flip this and get I think I need to split this thing in order to make it work. Let's see if I can do that. So let's duplicate it, get rid of the inner section, take this one, get rid of the outer section, and then take that. I believe uh, this one needs to be closer to the center. Like I need to do this roughly, and then this one either is also closer to the center, and then grow to 2.5 or 2 points. But we end up with this thing that is kind of weird. Don't worry about it. Where this and this is going to be at 0. And we could even give it a 1, so that we just have the angle. Then we have the first link and the second link, which is pretty good. And then from here, that point right there and that point right here are also going to be at 0, so that we have the correct curve on this. I'm probably going to put like a 0.2 or something just to break the edge. But that's the thing. And these two together as a union is giving us something that is visually not equal to the others, but clearly better. So I'm happy with that. And also, most importantly for me, it's the fact that I can do this and say, you know what? Technically speaking, it was good, but this is has a need for a lot more space in between these two things. To just coming in, changing the details, that is so much better and useful. So we can keep that. That's that's it. That's the reason. That is the reason. Oh my god. This is bad. So we said 2.5 on this just for the sake of these are small icons. We want them to be still visible. And you know, simple concepts. It makes sense. Did I just do that? I just did that. Sorry. I knew it was thicker than the others for some reason. I should have done that. That pissed me off. I don't know why. I think about the things that is better after I'm done. What I just thought about is right here, for example, if we have an icon that is technically composed of 3 sub icons, like they are the same thing, but it's 3 sub icons. If I just split them into 3, so creating 2 duplicates, removing the first 2 things on the bottom one, removing the top and bottom section on the middle one, and removing the bottom 2 on the top one, I then end up with these 3 things. And if I just unionize them, so Option Shift U for union, I have something that is getting outlined on exports, but it's still line based. So I can get in and say, oh, you know what? This thing needs to be a 2.5 here and there for that specific use case. And now that I thought about that, I'm like, I should have done that on many other options because it would have been so much better. And yeah, I'm sad now. That's what happened. For this one, I thought it would make a better option if we had a full card, an outline arrow, and an expanded arrow in within it. So similar to what we had on the weather icon. So this is needing a duplicate that will have a duplicate. So this needs none of that. And then that is a duplicate of this. And then this one doesn't have any of the arrows, but it's supposed to get linked right about here. Oh my god. And then that needs to get a fill, and set fill is taking the same effect. And then we have that one that is going to be a subtraction. And on that subtraction, we want this thing to be somehow much bigger. So we want the distance to be somewhere around 4 to 4.5, just so that, you have the effect right here. And then we can get that subtract, add a bit of a 0.5 radius so that it just like it bleeds in. And in that vector and that subtraction, get a union. And we get a bit of an effect that is a solid share icon. I don't know if it's the good idea. If it works in solid version, that's what we have. That's what we're dealing with. Which is okay. That's fine. And see, this is something that I exported at 3 points, which is really bad. So 2.5 is better on this. Based on that, I'm just gonna export these for the sake of exporting. We have technically the new version. We have two options. We have an export as an SVG for the main content, but we also have an export as a PNG, which is useful for some things. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Is this? It's not. That's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be an interesting thing. I forgot. I forgot where I put this. Right here. All good. All good. Yeah. Sorry, I just thought about something. It's fine. It's okay. Did I do that? Oh, I did. I'm surprised at times that I did my job for this thing in some capacity for some of these things. Not all of them, but a good portion of them are properly done. And that's good. I should do that instead. Ah, shit. I forgot about that. I forgot. Okay. uh, I forgot that this one is called default. And in the code, I have changed this thing to be line instead of default. So I'm gonna have to transfer the default icon into the line icon. Uh, yeah. I forgot. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna do that. I guess I don't know why we have a 222 on this one, which is crazy, but it's there. So we have a 222. I needed to do something about this. I thought about it yesterday. Don't ask how it happened. It just happened. Um, but it's the central, the centering of that specific play button. I think I'm good. I think visually I'm good. Mathematically I'm good as well. But I'm just like unsure, so I needed to potentially just check and ensure that everything was fine. All these 2.5 lines, I guess they are. I guess they are. These two are supposed to be unionized. If we have something that could have been unionized as well, would have been easier. I'm gonna still do that. You know what? I feel like, yeah, it's a thick dilemma indeed. I think I'm gonna delete that. Off that. Union. Sorry. Duplicate. Let's just keep that. Cool. That's better. I know nothing changed, but it's just apparently it's going to be better in my outputs. So I'd rather just have that and you know be fine with it in the rendering. So I can play with the stroke later. That's something to say. Um, I feel like this could, for the sake of continuity as well, get these two the fuck out of here. You know, continuity sake and shit. As always. One of the things that I was thinking about for this is potentially have the dirt the dirt be flat at the bottom instead of not, and that might make it a better option. Specifically in terms of the construct for the SVG itself, it has less points overall, so that's a cleaner SVG. And it's also like it fits better for a solid icon. I feel like this is much better than what we had a second ago. So that's staying. There's no question. That's bad, but we keep it. That's bad. because I don't know. I feel like I wanted to have the cuts be uh, holes, and I don't like 1 pixel hole. So I might try that. It doesn't cost much. So we need one for the leaf, and then 3 for the blocks. So that's 4 more in total. We're gonna take leaf first. So these get the fuck out. Dang and dang. Get out. That's my leaf. From anything else underneath, we have officially no leaf anymore, which is good. From I'm gonna do them in order. So top one, middle one, bottom one. And then we can remove that, which gives us this, which is really bad. Let's make sure that these points right there have a radius of 0.5, very flat. And then based on positioning, we have 3, 3. So I could make them 2, 2. Why? What happened? Is this salt? Is that? I don't think you were on Twitch when that happened. Not on my Twitch, but like on Twitch in general. I don't think most of you know about where the salt is coming from. See, that's my issue. That looks like shit. That shit. Um, Also, why don't we have a stroke here? Like that's what's not happening. Why is it not? I mean, it doesn't really matter because we just need the paint, but why doesn't it go through? No. Oh, that's why. That's not why. What the fuck? uh, all right, cool. Then fuck off, and let's bring these ones in instead. I'm fine with that too. That's an option. So that's the first issue that I have. The fact that I need to keep a 1 pixel roughly uh, opening in these is like not really good. And the fact that then I will need to just close these and hope. Also, why are we still going back to the 1x view? I set that to 2x, not nothing else. So I don't know. This is supposed to be a 0.5 for both of these, and it just doesn't look like anything. And I don't like that. And so the reason or the thing that I'm like, this would kind of work is if we make this whole thing a pixel longer and then we bring everything up by about 0.5, we get like a half pixel in the middle, and that is an okay-ish bamboo stick thingy. It's fine in pixelated. It's not the greatest, but it's fine. And I don't like it because it's too symmetrical and predictable, but it's the best option. And then everything in there is just gonna get unionized together so that we have like one output. That's the plan. That is the plan. Nope. Ooh, this was bad. Uh, don't do that. Don't do that. Duplicate it first, otherwise it's just gonna break. Cool. That's my inners. And then if I do this, I have my outers. I can just unionize them and have something that is clean with 2 points. Cool. Cool. These are so cute. These contrast things, they look like flowers and suns and things, and I feel like they are so cute compared to the other ones. And they look very much Mateo expressive from the latest version, so I get it. That's the reason why I like them, but you know. Let's get rid of H. And let's get rid of the all. And then unionize. Oh my god. The fact that we have done all of that in reverse, the other way around, is so bad. So bad. Some of them we don't have a choice. We need to just outline them and, you know, it happens. But this one, for example, I feel like if we just get... not that. If we just get the right amount of selection and the right amount of things in, we could 100% just get like the easiest blend in. that's so bad. Oh my god. Like the distance in between these two is just not an option. Not a good option. Yeah. Fine. I don't care. I also expect things to be good and like set up properly from the get-go when I'm looking at them. Like this one, I know that it's shit. I don't have a choice on this. But yeah, again, the main goal of the union is that potentially if at some point I decide that this is probably going to be better if it was a 2.5 instead of 2, we can do that. That's the main point. We still have like a very much outline elements, but it's going to be easier in the future if necessary. But I still can't do that for all of them, I wish I could. Um, there's a lot of them that just like don't cooperate with that. So, like this one, for example, is just gonna be that line is gonna be the thing that stands out and get us the union. But if that's not there, this one I had to outline because I at that size it just didn't work, and I don't know why I did that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I didn't just keep that thing. Because that's fine. That's not that I did it. Oh, I didn't do it because I wanted to subtract the dollar sign, if I remember correctly. So we need this to be duplicated, and then we need to keep just the dollar sign. And then we can take that one, make sure that this is painted in and that it takes the same color. And then we can get, not that, we can get this thing instead to be out and that to be in. And this needs to be a tad bigger. A tad bigger. Somewhere around here. I wish it was a 0.5, but I apparently can't do that. Not eyeballing it with the same aspect ratio. Let's switch, and then you, in order to make it good enough, I'm gonna take you here. That's the cut I'm taking. Good enough. Good enough. This one is so good. I'm making a mistake. I can tell. I can tell. What the fuck's happening here? Sorry. Something's wrong is there. Get out. Okay, so the goal here is to keep one side and not the other. I'm so this one is just the left side. Cool. And this one is just the right side. And then these two together. I don't know why my brain thought it right there, but it did. And yeah, cool, we're good. Same point, I feel like if I just go half on this, it's gonna help with the dissociation in between the two pieces, the two coins. That will help. This is really bad. I should probably do that instead. But I do understand the concept right there, or the reason at least. So I'm gonna just do that quickly because it makes sense. Um, these are not really new Pokemon shapes. This one, maybe. No, this thing right here is what I want to have is uh, this, first of all, but also I need that to be Mars. Well, come on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? That is gonna be right there. So the difference. The only thing that I don't like about what I'm doing right now is that the switch in between the line icon and the solid icon is not going to work as well as I want it to work. Other than that, I don't care. It's going to be fine. Uh, it's going to be fine. And so now we have that getting out, and then that getting in, and then these two unionize so that we have like one union thing. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. This is, yeah. I was about to say this is going to be a line again. This one has been outlined, which is really bad. So I'm going to duplicate this fit now, get the triangle out, and then get the triangle in, and then union. These look like they would be really good at 2.5, but I fear this is not going to be the case. So, oh, you know what? That's an option. Yeah, I'm gonna take these two. I'm gonna bring them here. I'm gonna drop them there, and I'm gonna replace the vector in the background. I change that to being at 0. Change this to be exactly at 2 points, so that's thicker. And then I can unionize them, and we have a proper solid icon. That makes no sense. This one makes no sense. This one makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense. This is not good. This is fine. Good, 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 good. Not good. Well, not outline at least. That's what it is. I think I just kept. Ah, I could have done that. Could do that. I just kept most of the system in place, but it's just like not really operating there. The debate that we had on this one was when this thing is getting filled like your mom. No, like stuff. It just doesn't. It doesn't look like a mic. It looks like a PS5 hand control gesture controller thing, and putting the black portion at the top doesn't really work either. At least not in my head. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Maybe. So let's see. Let's just revert all that, and then just do. Let's just split it. You know what? Let's just split it. It's gonna be easier. So if I split that, I get the mic portion of it out, or the handheld portion of it out, and then getting the mic portion of it out, and then merging them together as a union. My bad. I forgot about this. Putting them together as a union and then taking this and seeing if I add the fill. Does it do anything? It doesn't do anything because it's not filled in. Interesting. Can I paint this? I can't paint it. That's weird. So I need to do this and then that basically in order to get the mic thingy to realize that it's a mic. It looks better. It's understandable, weirdly enough. I get it. I get it. It's a mic. Um, we're not even halfway through. Oh my god. Anyways, these have been. Oh, this is a good Pokemon shape thing. I agree. This one is. The brain is shit. The DNA is kind of shit. This one, I don't know how to do it. I couldn't decide. This one is fine. I don't know how to do this one properly just yet. And this is just weird, but it works. Then, unsure. These two, I think the debate for these was they should be in the music section instead of the media section. And they already are. But I don't think I kept them there for some reason. And I don't know why. But I'm gonna deal with it. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. This is too complicated. That's the reason. Good. This one is gonna need a duplicate for sure. It is at 2.5, which means that I probably made a mistake on the previous one that is probably also at 2.5 and I just outlined it. So I'm gonna just bring it back. Otherwise, it's gonna be bad. Because these two needs to be at 2 for consistency's sake. I guess I can do that. I can get my inners to be outwards, and then what I just do, and then get rid of these and combine that together for the union so that we have the proper same line width thingy that we need to have. I'm still gonna give a pat on the back on this one. I feel like I did a very good job on this fire hydrant. It's in solid. I think it's pretty good in non-solid, but I think it's pretty nice in solid. It's a lot of titties, bit of nippies right there, so we like it. But good job, me. That's what I'm gonna say. These are good. These are the pins. We are fine-ish with the pins. These are 2.5. Yeah, no, that's true. Probably gonna need to change that to 2. Good, good, good. Cool. Not great, but I can deal with that. Uh, I really have a hard time reading the two. That's the. Oh my god. That's the reason. That's why I hate it. And when I said I really have a hard time reading the two, is the line at 2 points feels so close to the 1.5 because it is. It doesn't make it easy to read as a thicker icon. So does that makes more sense? It does. Is it easier to do? Not really. Do I care? Kinda. So the dilemma on this one is this is two. In order to get the output to be pretty correct, we would need a 1.5 so that it's aligned with the initial one. And then we need to duplicate it to have the thingy on top. I don't know how it's called. And then we duplicate it to have just the flat top. And the flat top is going to get duplicated just after that. So it should work. So this one is going to be the thingy. Dingling thingy. Right there. The next one is going to be just the top without that. And I want these points to get away as well, so that we have a cleaner drop for that element. And then the bottom one is going to be just the bottom one, which is going to be technically just that. We don't care about anything else. That and that. These things are going to have 0. And the debate right here is how much do I drop this thing so that it's visible and understandable that it has a delimitation in between the two. So these things right about here gonna have a 1 point-ish value in between the two, which is okay. And then we have that and that getting a fill, and that fill is gonna be the same color as the rest. And they are going to be merged together. So we have a union for this. I think it's gonna be fine. And then we are going to subtract that segment right here. And it's currently at 1.5, which means that this one probably needs to drop a bit more in order to get the delimitation to be understandable. So something like here probably would help. And then that right there could be 2 point is fine. Down by 1. That's better. That's a better school hat, graduation hat. I don't know. I'm not US based. Which, by the way, if you are in the US, this is weird. This system that you have with graduation caps and any other things is such a weird system. I don't understand. Not that I need to understand, but I telling you, I don't understand. It doesn't matter, but I do. Is this a need for an outline on this? I can duplicate them to get the small one out, and then the bigger is. Boy, it works. It works. It's fine. Holy shit. These are 2.1. I think these are 2.5 because I had to do 2 points in the separations that are there, but then now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, if it's 2 point, it's 2 point, and that's good. So these things are gonna go back to 2, and these as well. Let's oh, let's at least do that. I typed 5. That's not what I wanted to do. Um, and then I had to split them again. So that split is easy on these. However, or these as well. However, this one I don't know. So let's get rid of the dots first. And then let's get rid of the line. If you've paid attention and you've been here before, you kind of know what I'm doing. The selection of only 1 point or 2 points in some situations is because Figma doesn't understand, or does understand, but also remove the points that are not linked to others. So if I'm deleting this point, not this one, and this one becomes an orphan, and that get basically left in place and deleted as soon as I click outside. So that's the reason. Claude stopped working? Well, I'm not aware. But it is indeed potentially something that is interesting to see when one of the tools that you use makes something else not works anymore. I get that. So this one, how the fuck do I do that? I do the corners, I guess. I guess that's the only easy option. You just get that and that out, and then you get that out, and then union them. I need to do the same thing here. Oh my god. It's the same icon every time, by the way. If you haven't noticed just yet. It's just rotating. And I wish you could just do that. Just do one and export that. But no. We need all the options. These are not an option. They are too thick. This is fine. This is done. The hands are done. I think, if I remember correctly, most of them are okay. Not the best, but okay. This is fine. This one isn't. It was was fine. It is fine. Um, dun. These, I don't know yet. Too thin of a thing to be able to do so. That looks outlined and good. I don't know how to do this one just yet. So we'll see. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Yeah, that needs to be opposited. Yeah, we need a we need to justify on this, and I'm guessing I'm probably gonna go in 1.5 and in 1.5 as well on here, and then that one is getting feel in one spot, but not everything. Um, and we want this to be right here. Congrats on lending. God damn. I I don't know how you do it, but you do it. So, keep going. And then subtraction. And that is going to be. This is not good. Maybe at one, it's a good option. That is better. Yeah, I guess Phil's figured out a way to just get dropped. And it works. And yeah, I don't know. You did miss it. You did miss it by a hair. The thing is, when Phil's drop, I usually drop either far, far away or on the target, but not close enough to count. So let's see if it's rigged indeed. See? It's just ah, fine. Fine. I don't know why that's the case, but it's the case, and it's funny. So I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. These are good. These are good. These are good. These are bad, but I don't care. These I don't know. This is a feeler because I don't have any options. Uh, I really don't know how I can make this thing work. The the reality of a bow that is good and solid, I would need somehow to split the bow and get probably a 1 point on most of the things, including like the arrow and the string. And then from there, get just the bow itself as an element right here. Let me just remove these. And then from that, I would need to be the bay need to be in here and just make this like that. Like that's how the bow is supposed to be. Kinda. Um, but that's weird, isn't it? Like that would be kind of it's kind of cool, not gonna lie, but it's also like really not. I mean, it works and solid is fine. You know what? I'm gonna say it's fine, and everyone's gonna be happy with it. No questions. No questions whatsoever. It's okay. It's okay. Good, good, good. Not good. Oh my god. This is too thin. This needs to be at least 1.5, and then it also needs to be at least bigger. Yeah. Yeah. These are shit. These are shit as well. This one, I had a bit of an issue with them because I made them all 2.25 or 2.5, which is okay, but it's not great. And 2 point might be a bit of a better option. At least I have the easiest option right now of selecting everything because I haven't outlined any of them. So that's a good thing. Do I have any other ones that I need to outline? No. So I can select all that. Most of them have duals. So switching that to a copy is probably going to help. And then getting rid of the act on all of these copies going to be okay. What the fuck happened here? So one of them is absolutely broken, which is interesting. Wasn't expecting that, but we never know. Two of them are broken. Interesting. Good to know. Oh, I know why. These are the only one that have blend mode activated. So they already have union or subtract, including most likely the what's the name? The lock and the clock have variation of content that needs to be extracted, and that's probably the case. That's probably what happens. That's too close. Why? By unioning them, creating an onion out of it, we will end up with something that is better. So this is the subtract in question. If I don't subtract this, we have everything in there, which is good enough. That number 2 is going to be not that. That number 1 is going to be that without the centerpiece, I think. That's getting out. And then that is just the clock, so we good. So this thing right here is getting a feel with that color. That and that are getting subtracted to one another. Then these two are getting unionized so that we have things properly aligned and placed. I feel like that's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Oh, I made a mistake. It's fine. I just noticed that I didn't. I removed the ad, but I didn't remove the shape itself. So we may probably will have some overlapping issues soon that I need a fix, and that's on me. Do I care? No. No, I don't. No, I don't. But I'm still gonna need to fix the thing, though. That's there is no exception. What just happened? So that one is the issue. We had the lock itself in need of a fill that looks like this, and then that not supposed to happen like this. It's supposed to be subtracted from this, and technically that section at the top should not be in there, and the paint should only be on here. And then here we're gonna remove that section so that this one can go down by 0.25 to be centered. And then we can get these two together, nice and good. Cool. So they all have the inner workings. I mistakenly forgot to get rid of the shape that is linked to the ad. So let's do that. Good. This one is done. I just did it. I guess. I did some of them, not all of them. See, going back to what I said earlier, if right now you have an element like this, where you have a single point that is linking everything, if I delete that point, everything else is going away because they are all orphans, and now we just have like the real separation between the two things. So that's a very useful thing if you don't want to have to select everything in your icon, whatever. You can just stop short of one, and you have outputs, or you just select one of them if it's the one that makes sense, and then you're free. Cool, so these are good. These are currently at the right width and sizes, I think. Because this is a bit bigger, I have a feeling that a 1.8 or 1.6 could be a good option. Because white on black, white looks a bit wider, so that's a thing that could work. Did I not do the rest? Is that what just happened? It is what just happened. God damn it. So we said these are the ads getting out. That's good. And then they same issue, by the way. Not even close. And now these still have that. You may also have noticed that I absolutely do not care about the fact that these ones have a fill element, like this one is a fill element, just because these icons are supposed to be the filled icon, and therefore if by accident they get filled, we don't care. It's fine. It's meant to be filled, so that's good enough for me. Or we have a good portion that is done. I will continue working on that, but I see the time. I have things to do. I have places to send you to. I know. I know. Um, but as soon as I finish these, which probably tomorrow if I have the time, or something else, I don't know. What do you mean wait? Um, I'll release the thing. Maybe I'll release the thing. I don't know. I don't know. I might, yeah. I might. What do you mean wait? What do you have to share before I go? In what way? In 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 you can draw on the portfolio, or in the one that you shared. Um, I don't know. It's probably gonna be soon-ish for the hair color, but uh yeah. That thing, Kane, is that the one that you shared? If it's the one that you shared, that's the one in question. Uh, or are you talking about uh this is design resources? Where the fuck you at? uh this one? With the pen in it? What pen you talking about? That's the one with the content written in ballpoint paint. This is going to be Benji, if I remember correctly. It's that one if you have the need for a thing, and specifically in the annotation for agents, you have these things. That's the one that you are talking about. These teeny tiny things right there. Yeah. The brain works. um, but uh, Benji is doing this. There is the one that I shared earlier today, um, which is where the fuck you at? God damn, that's a little fox. Ja is also an interesting one in a way. Ja has this nice handwritten font at the start when you're just like loading the page. God damn it. Loading the page. And then in these things, and specifically in the case study presentation, so if we go into something like the Figma resources, they do have some handwritten, not handwritten, sections that are scribbling in uh, while you're scrolling. So that's an interesting thing that you can be inspired by as well. Other than that, we also have, even though not linked, because we don't really have a link for this, we have this newest version right here that dropped some time ago, and I don't exactly know how this was made. I don't know if it's a font, I don't know if it's something else, but it is very nice presentation. The reason why I don't know is because uh, the pen is very stylized, as if it had been scanned with the page. Uh, but it is like, it seems, based on the content and the person and so on, it seems to be a native Japanese that is learning English and then that has handwritten the thing and then scanned it or taken a picture of it or something. But this is an interesting concept as well to use as a structural representation of your handwriting instead of finding a handwriting font, just using your real handwriting is a neat concept. Other than that, we have, I think, another one that I like that is, I mean, that's the font, but that's a different thing. Um, that was there at the beginning, but now it's not there. God damn. Yep, now it's not there. Holy shit. I can't find it. Uh, there is, yeah, there is so many, to be honest, nowadays, that are doing the exact same thing. And I'm probably gonna be one of them as well, so don't worry about it. A lot of people are just adding this thing just because it makes sense and it helps. But yeah, I don't find the thing in question. Holy fuck. It's not there. It's not there. It's fine. Forget about it. Forget about it. We don't have it. It's okay. We don't need it. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. Anything else? Any other thing that you were thinking about before I send you to James? I think. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Share that. Share that. It depends. It's an option. It's an option. I do have things to do though, so that's the reason. Um, he said it at Discord. Huh. That's nice. That's nice. That's a very 2025, 2026 portfolio presentation. So that's clean. It got that straight but not straight thing, so that's good. The thing that I'm seeing why right right away right away is this image, this sticky note, that image all have the exact same angle. Technically for you, it's going to be that way. Uh, and I would not do that. uh, give yourself a bit of random on this so that you have like a thing that is never the same. Like the stuff that I do for perfume is truly random, so it has a range of +4, -4, or +8, -8, depending on how you like the thing. Maybe you want this thing to be like more on that direction most of the time. So it's going to be from 0 to -8, for example, but it's random. So every time the page is reloaded or loaded, it just take a random angle. And sometimes it's going to be um, like straight, and sometimes they're all going to have the same, but the probability of them being the same is lower, and then there is a more organic feel to them. That's a teeny tiny thing. And then you have some things in the font, which I'm guessing if you have like the website that is this big, I doubt it, based on the fact that you have uh, the pattern in the background on the edges. Uh, but like that at that size, from what I'm seeing, it's really hard to read these. So the caveat font, that's the one that you have used, I think. uh, on on here, the Google font that is like handwritten thing. Um, that I don't know how I know this, but I know this. And, it is really tiny, and the font on its own is really tiny and kind of hard to read. So, but yeah, as always, it's just like for me, it's a matter of doubling the sizes of things. So a 125% zoom on the thing might make it work. Nonetheless, I like the layout. I like the concept. I think it's a pretty good idea. I'm guessing these things at the bottom are going to be your articles. Probably. And more cats. Just more cats. Just, just. You probably have more pictures. Why wouldn't you? More cats. Just, you know, the thing that you can play with on this one uh, is because the cat is hidden behind something. You could have the cat hidden behind something behind something. Like it could be behind that frame or that frame that goes on top, kinda, of the image because it's a bit of a behind type of thing. Um, but again, from the I don't think I have I don't think I have the ability to show you this because it's just like not available uh that easily other than if I do this, but this is just gonna be kind of weird. Um, let me see. Let me see. I guess if I do this, potentially you will be able to see this. So I have stickers right there, and all of my stickers are just cats and dogs and eagles and shit. I have a ton of them that are uh, like this, and apparently it's not. You can't zoom in. Oh my god. Can you change the font size on here? Apparently you can't. So sad. Um, yeah, I have a ton of cans. That's all I'm saying. You can see it better in the stickers themselves, but just the head on the side is uh is a thing. So yeah, use that as well. That's a thing. If you want the real one, the high quality vector version, I can send you that. Canucks, hi, we're calling. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? All that. So, yeah, using more stickers, more things is always a good idea and always going to be a good idea, at least from my point of view. God damn. Um, that is not what I wanted to do. Holy shit. That's so bad. We are tied. I'm looking for, I mean, I have someone to raid right away. I just don't know if that someone to raid is gonna remain there. But yeah, other than that, we're good. Um, you also have sent the thing that you have for the homepage. Ah, that's a different things. I see. I'm guessing. Uh, you want to have a transition in between this section of the about to the endpoint here of the image splitting around on the page. Is that the goal? I feel like that seems to be the natural transition, specifically if you have your face first and then the others, because everything is stacked together and then expand. That would be a very cool thing. That could be a very cool thing. But I see why you would like to use Bureau, the font that's the raid, by the way. The Bureau script, which is the God, fuck off, the script font that is used for the portfolio of Benji. That's the one that they have. So if you wanted to just get information of what they are using, that's the thing in question. I personally love the Palmer Lake font. It is a very interesting font duo. It's not that expensive, and it has a script and a print version. So basically, God damn it, God damn, get the fuck out. Basically, the red one, first section is the print, so that it's readable by Americans, and the other one is a script, which is not readable by Americans, which we like. So that's a thing that is pretty cool. It's a bit of a cleaner font overall and a less organic one, but it's still like handwritten, and it's not like the most expensive things in the world, specifically if you just uh, you know, want to use it for yourself as a desktop font. It's gonna be fun. It exists for free somewhere. And then um, the Belmont ballpoint is the one that I use and bought for myself in the preview map. So we are using this because it's a more organic, but still like not as organic as the Bureau one. So that's a system, and then it also has this kind of uh, print and script as two variations, so that having fun with the Americans as always. This one is a bit more expensive when it comes to the licensing and the use case. Boy, you know, like desktop commercial was 110, um, because that's I'm not I'm not at 100 like 100K, so we could. But yeah, these are the one that I like most of the times. And I understand that Benji is like in there. That's a Google Doc. You sending me a Google Doc? Ah, I see. Yeah, that could work. I would spread them more in the direction in which they are going to be if you keep the same layout. So instead of just exploding them all over the place, I would probably put your profile picture here, that card somewhere around here, the cat somewhere around here. Like already, even if it's a fake, not really exactly where it's going to be within the hover effect, and then on click, that way, if you can't do the animation in the transition, the page transition, you still have that connection in the link. Uh, but yeah, because it's in the center and it's the one that covers everything else in the beginning. I understand the explosion, but it's just for I'm thinking about the fact that page transition is a pain in the ass, and that achieving something um, or or ensuring that the transition is good, sometimes in some browsers it's not going to work. So if you have the hover effect that is kind of in the direction of the transition and then the transition breaks, you still had like a smidge amount of something that gave you an idea of, oh yeah, there was a transition. Well, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Anyways, I need to go. I need to go. I'm sending you to James it's uh because it's there. And it's fun and we like the bees. So let's go there. Let's go there. As always, if you've been here and you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. That's highly appreciated. But if you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. That's also really appreciated. We like doing that. If you have a big ass list of perfume or collection of perfume, use that. If you have a big ass list of links, use that. And if you are using or learning Japanese, use this. If this is, I haven't done that in a while. If you are someone that is a designer or dev and you are using or you need a UI kit for your projects, buy this before it becomes $140. Just a heads up. It's gonna happen soon. As soon as the components are live and available, the price is going to 140. So we'll see. Anyways, I should be back on Wednesday at 1:30 Paris time if everything goes well. So far, everything seems to be okay. I'm gonna see if I can finish the icons as soon as I can, publish the components things, and then yeah, as always, enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all on the next one. Bye.